0, you're right on time. The stream has started. If it's not playing, go out and come back in. GT7_Logitech Hello MR official streamer. Simon. Let us go Canada. Jimin the goat. Let's win this, let's go. Simon the goat. He got the highest points from the last Manu. Let's go. I think Zero needs a zero mileage Japanese car. We all need one. I'll let you know when IT goes on. Four minutes. Thank URL. GT7_Logitech. Have you seen the Polestar car in Super GT video on his YouTube channel? Hunter, I have not. GT7_Logitech. I hope they reveal the rest of Spec 3 before the event starts. I'm even more excited than when I attended the live event last year in Montreal. LOL. 1 minute. Something about knowing a racer is boosting me. D. Absolutely. So exciting. Live.
And welcome to the Gran Turismo World Series, coming to you live from Los Angeles. It's round 3, and it's a particularly special one because we are celebrating in full force 100 million copies of GT7 being sold. That's pretty spectacular. So we've had the Fan Fest outside. You guys went outside. You had a good time there, right? Also, one lucky Gran Turismo fan is going to get the chance to get their car into the game in the GT Awards. That's pretty special too. So we got all of that. We're going to announce some of that, and we're also going to give you some more information on the Spec 3 update, which is coming very, very soon too. So much to get through. But let's not forget why we're here, which is the Manufacturers' Cup. Who do you think's going to take it today, guys?
Come on,
oh, it's pretty split. We want to know if Subaru are going to make it the triple. Let's find out.
Don't forget that you can get involved with the World Series inside Gran Turismo 7 with the bonus campaign. Just click on the Winners Campaign banner on the GT7 World Map, and that's going to give you the chance to win 1 million credits for each of the Nations Cup and the Manufacturers Cup by predicting who's going to win. Just think of all the stuff you could buy with that. Don't forget that you can enter and vote right up until the start of each Grand Final. Good luck. Watch the World Series broadcast through your GT7 game, and you'll unlock some special in-game rewards through the Viewers Campaign. Watching the Manufacturers' Cup means you'll be gifted a Toyota Supra RZ97. Tune in and claim your rewards. Everyone likes free stuff, myself included. And here's your chance, grab some.
I mean, we just keep on giving and giving, but would you like to know about one more exciting new partnership? I think that's a yes.
checker welcome kama Logitech Logitech. GT7_Logitech. How many cars from FanFest will they add to Gran Turismo 7 Beyond, or is it just one? I hope not. I want about 5 new cars from FanFest. That looks like an 8K capture.
On. That looks pretty spectacular. And to talk more about this exciting partnership, we have GT Series producer Kazunori Yamauchi, we have Michael Mantz, who is the Chief Comms Officer from Polestar, and of course, occasionally turns up to some Gran Turismo events, Igor Fraga, but also Super Formula driver too. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Oh, nice.
Michael, let's talk about how this partnership kicked off. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, first I have to say I still have goosebumps when I see our video on this big screen. Shout out to the team from Polestar. You see the blonde guy there, Hunter. It's his film. Congrats, Hunter, to this film. Yeah, and then I have to say it's a super special thing for us. We are super proud. We share the same passion for cars. And we at Polestar, we are producing all electric performance cars, and you can imagine it's super important for us to share this excitement. And we believe this is the most powerful platform to do this.
I mean, it's amazing. And actually, let's go a little bit more into the car itself. Let's go through some of the details, actually.
Yeah, we are super proud. Polestar 5 is really our brand on wheels. We worked 5 years on this car to set new standards. It's completely developed in-house in Sweden and UK. It's on a bespoke platform, bonded aluminum chassis, up to 884 horsepower. And we are really obsessed over every detail, just as you are doing in Gran Turismo. So we wanted perfection also for our car in the game, and therefore we also partnered up with Igor, so it has a reason that he's here. He tested our car on real roads, on real racetracks in Sweden and UK to really make sure we bring the Polestar performance DNA into the game. So we are super excited, hope you get it, and I hope you will all enjoy driving Polestar 5 and Gran Turismo. Big thanks to the entire Gran Turismo team for making Polestar 5, for making our all-electric Swedish performance brand available to this crazy car community here. Thank you very much, guys.
I mean, they're going to be excited to drive it. But obviously someone who did get to drive it, I mean, I'm not going to bring up the fact that you came to England and didn't say hi. Rude, going to Brands Hatch. But let's talk a little bit about you doing the digital test driving for this.
Yeah, so first of all, it's good to be back on this kind of event. It's a little bit in a different way, but it's really good to be back. I really enjoy being here. And Polestar have invited me to be part of this project. When I first hear about it, I felt like, you know, it's a great experience. So I was like, for sure, I wanted to do something together with them. They're a very passionate company. They're building great cars. It's been great experience to have driven this car in real life. They handle very, very well. Yeah, I really wanted to make sure that I can capture all the fun fact about the car, about the performance into the game as well. And yeah, it was amazing experience.
So was it great when you were allowed to put your foot down finally? Because we know you like doing that.
Yeah, definitely, yes. 800 horsepower plus, so it's going to have a crazy acceleration. It handles very smooth on the road, but it's also the suspension is quite, it adapts really well onto the circuit. So it was a very fun car to push around the track.
Yeah, you can tell you had fun, look. Yamauchi-san, so I'd like to know actually, what was kind of your first impression? But before working with Polestar, what was your impression of the brand?
はい、僕、ポールスターの車を初めて見たのはアメリカだったと思います。おそらくポールスター2だったと思うんですけれども、その時にね、僕、すごいかっこいい車を作ってるメーカーがあるなと思って、すごく注目してたんですね。で、ポールスターのそのクリーンでエレガントなイメージだとか、そういったものっていうのをすごく注目して見ていたんですけれども、それから何年か経ってこうやってパートナーとして一緒にお仕事できたっていうのは素晴らしいことだなって思いました。
Yeah, so actually the first time I saw a Polestar car was in the US. I think it was the Polestar 2 actually, and I remember thinking, that's a really good looking car. So I was actually starting to pay attention to the Polestar brand. The design is very clean and very elegant. So I had already taken notice, and a few years down the line now, we're paired up with Polestar to do this collaboration, have their car in the game. So it's fantastic.
And obviously, now that you've worked with Polestar, have you what else have you learned about them?
実際に仕事を一緒にさせていただいて僕が思ったのはポルスターの皆さんって本当に車が好きです。
Yeah, so having worked together with Polestar now, the first thing I noticed was that they really love cars.
一つ例を挙げるとポルスターの車ってEV ですけれどもブレーキは油圧なんですね、ハイドロリックなんですね。そういったあたりにねすごいこだわりを感じました。
Yeah, so the Polestar car, one example that I can mention is that it's an EV, but the brakes are still hydraulic, and that's the kind of dedication that you only have if you really like cars and how they drive.
So you're definitely the same, but from different sides. It's super cool. But before we go, and before we get into all this amazing racing, I believe Yamauchi-san, you have one more bit of information to tell the GT fans out there.
はい、間もなく12月に、グランツーリスモのスペック3のアップデートがやってくるわけですけれども、そのスペック3のアップデートと同時に、このポルスター5を使ったオンラインのタイムトライアルを開催します。
So in December, we're going to be releasing the Spec 3 version of Gran Turismo 7. And at the same time as that release, we're also going to be hosting a time trial event with the Polestar car.
でそのタイムトライアルイベントで、1位になった方は、僕らがこの年末に行うグランツーリスモのワールドファイナル、これは日本の福岡で行うんですけれども、そこに招待されます。
And the winner of that time trial competition, whoever gets first place, is going to be invited to the Gran Turismo World Series World Finals, which is happening in Fukuoka, Japan.
That's pretty cool. You reckon you can do it, guys? What do you think? That's super cool. Well, are you guys excited to drive the car in game, yes? Excellent, we love to hear it. Well, please give them all a big round of applause. We're so very excited about this new partnership and all your dedication. Thank you so much. Now, if you've missed any of the action from the Manufacturers' Cup, we've got a little bit of a recap from Berlin for you.
Well, let's see what will happen. Who will be taking the checkered flag and those all-important 6 points? We're about to find out as the Manufacturers' Cup here in Berlin is underway.
We'll head off that way.
Don't expect any dive bombs down into that first corner. I mean, I say that, there are some dive bombs taking place, but Sejak goes back through on Valerio Gallo.
Back to T1, President Hill, Giorgio Mangalo.
So much. See you later.
Super there, Toyota getting spun kind of through, but then Mangalo.
As they go side by side, and the door is going to open in for Gallo. There's a bit of contact in the mid part of that right-hander there as Pinelli just sort of almost they merged into one. The upshot is the Brazilian driver drops 2 places. Strumont getting aggressive, and Lever into the wall. Side by side they go. That's going to cost Strumont.
GT7_Logitech, so no video or news about Spec 3 yet.
A little bit scrappy from Kylian Drumont there. It's all eyes on the battle for the final podium place, and here we go then. Toronto splits the middle, Euro as well. But here comes Mikolaj Sejak. The headlights illuminating the darlings as they blast their way down as they come into the final corners of this race. And are they going to make it? Sejak goes through on the outside to the checkered flag. Kylian Drumont takes victory for Subaru here in Berlin ahead of Lamouche Lane, and third for Mikolaj Sejak on his debut in the Gran Turismo World Series. Absolutely fantastic.
Maybe in December.
It's time to meet our 12 competitors as we welcome them onto the stage here in Los Angeles. From the United States of America, please welcome Simon Rosenberger.
Let's go.
And his Gran Turismo World Series debut, he drives for Lamborghini, and he has dominated the online qualifiers this season. Let's see what he can do.
Let us go.
Next up, the Chilean driver Harold Valson. He drives for Lexus. He was part of the 2024 championship winning lineup. Let's see what he can do. Can he get Lexus's first points on the board of the 2025 season? Next up from the United States of America, please welcome Donovan Parker. Donovan is driving for Ferrari. It's his 6th year of competition in the Gran Turismo World Series. He's yet to take a victory. Could tonight be his first? All the way from Canada, please welcome Trent Jeffrey. Trent is driving for Team Honda. He's 25 years old. This is his third year of competition. And outside of GT, he's also a drummer in a rock band. Let's see whether he's got the rhythm to take it to the front tonight. From Brazil, Arthur Mosso Nunes, driving for McLaren. Formerly raced with Porsche and Renault in the Manufacturers' Cup. He's 25 years old, now at the wheel of the McLaren. Let's see what the Brazilian driver can do here tonight in front of the crowd in the United States. From France, Noah Lazuna. He drives for Mercedes AMG. He's making his debut in the Gran Turismo World Series, is Lanuza. 7th, as you can see, in the online qualifiers in the EMEA region.
Hyped.
Keen to see what he will do on his debut in the GT World Series. From Brazil, Adriano Carrazza drives for Team Toyota. It's his third season racing for this team. He's taken 2 wins in the GT World Series today. Could he make that a triple here tonight? Next up from Chile, it's Angel Inestrosa for Team Porsche. Angel's a 5-time winner. He was part of the near championship winning lineup for this team back in 2023. Porsche still looking to get off of the point scorer. They're 5th in the standings at the moment, and have got a bit of a mountain to climb here tonight. Next up from Canada, it's Samuel Cardinal. Samuel's driving for Mazda. He's a young Canadian hotshot making his debut this season in the GT World Series. Just 18 years old is the Canadian driver. Let's see what he can do in front of the American crowd here today. Celso Filho from Brazil drives for Team Nissan. He's also making his debut in the Gran Turismo World Series. He's a King Carter, and as you can see, qualified as part of the online championship in the Americas region. Randall Haywood from the United States of America is driving for Team BMW. He's had 3 wins in the GT World Series, all for that manufacturer. Can he add to that tally here tonight? BMW 2nd in the standings going into this event. And last but not least, from the United States of America, give it your all for Daniel Solis. Daniel's driving for Team Subaru, the 2-time manufacturer's champion. He's 30 years old and will be looking to try and add to Subaru's dominant run of form in 2025. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please stand if you're able for the national anthem of the United States of America.
Jade Jules Barrett, what's your joke for the day?
Angeles, the home of Gran Turismo World Series 3, our 3rd stop on the 2025 calendar. What a fantastic venue this is. What a great crowd we've got here tonight. And of course, we've had the GT Fan Fest as well. Very excited to see what is going to happen here today. Anyway, before we get that underway, let's get you back over to Jules.
Anywhere else and you're in trouble.
Some brand new faces in the mix. We're excited to see how they're going to do once they've been put in that hot seat. And of course, some of the old familiar ones like Danny Solis and Randall Haywood, who we're going to be talking to in just 1 second. But let's have a little bit of a look how the competition's going to break down.
This Cup features 12 teams of 3 drivers selected from the 2025 online series ranking. Each team consists of one player from each of the 3 global regions: Asia, Oceania, EMEA, and Americas. 1 driver per team will race in each round, with 3 of them competing together at the World Finals at the end of the year. For today's race, the time trial session will set the grid for the Grand Final. In the Grand Final, 1 driver per team will race for World Series points, where only the top 6 teams are going to score points at all. Only 1 team will be crowned the Round 2 winner of the Manufacturers' Cup.
Format, and here is how the points stand after 2 rounds of the GT World Series in 2025. You can see Team Subaru have made it 2 wins out of 2 rounds so far. BMW, they're just 2 points adrift, having finished second on both occasions. This and in third, they're tied on points with Mazda, Porsche, Toyota, Mercedes and McLaren compete the point scorers. Crucially there, you can see in 9th place, Lexus, last year's champions, no points on the board. They need an absolute miracle to try and turn it around, and they need to get a victory here tonight. Anyway, it's our first time in the United States of America since 2019, and what better to welcome a new member to the Gran Turismo family, Parker Kligerman. Parker, great to have you here. Thanks so much.
Thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here. I just love Gran Turismo, and I love the Gran Turismo World Series. Watching it grow and grow has been amazing, and just great platforms for some of the best in the world display their skills on a massive stage. It's very cool to be here.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting to see what happens here tonight in the Manufacturers' Cup. Let's have a look at the season format, though, just to guide you through how it's all gone down in 2025, because as you can see, it's been a really interesting and exciting affair. We started things off in London, then we went to Berlin in September. We're now, of course, here in Los Angeles tonight, and then the World Finals take place in Fukuoka right before Christmas. And it's going to be really interesting to see how it will play out, all the different sort of ebbs and flows and the points and the consistency that the teams and the drivers need over the course of these first 3 rounds of the season can't be underestimated.
No, and we've seen some of the manufacturers. Right now it's Subaru up there dominating so far, so if you're driving for some of the other manufacturers, you know the pressure is on right now to rise up and find another level of performance to try and beat them.
No doubt about it. We've had the GT Fan Fest here, some of the most incredible cars I have ever seen. Modified cars, and you can see just look, as far as the eye can see, it is an absolute dream
out there. Went and spent a little bit of time, saw all the setups, the cool cars, amazing.
Yeah, incredible. You can see there as well, Fukuoka. Scan the QR code in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Tickets now on sale for the World Finals on the 20th and the 21st of December. We really look forward to seeing you there and capping off what has been another phenomenal season in the GT World Series. Anyway, we're about ready to get things underway in a few moments' time, but let's head back over to Jules and catch up with a few of our competitors, some of the hometown heroes here this weekend.
Yes, hi guys! How is it being, I mean, you've got hometown advantage. How do you feel? Because the crowd are so behind you. It's good, right? Yeah? That's got to feel nice, right?
Yeah, it feels great. It feels great to have so much support, and it motivates me even more.
Yeah, how about you? How about you, Danny?
How am I?
Yeah.
Nervous?
Oh, you're going to be fine. It's going to be great. You've done this so many times before, and you haven't got this. Normally, you don't have this huge, massive crowd being like, Danny, Danny, Danny,
you know what?
Danny, 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 Danny. See?
The last time we were here in America, we were in New York. This is a better crowd. Look at all that noise. Let's go.
I love it. Let's get some bi-coastal feuds on the go. Okay, so obviously, you know, you're kind of, you've got a lot to kind of like play. What do you, okay, first of all, let me calm down. First of all, I get a bit too excited about all of this. First of all, what are you going to do? Because obviously your BMW are like just behind. It's been the same for like round 1, round 2. What's the strategy going to be? Because you need to push past, you need to better what Danny's doing.
I'm going to prioritize track position and try to leave out of here with some points for the championship.
Yeah, you're going to do better than that. That's going to be great. Danny, what about you? Because obviously, you know, I feel like you've got like the most pressure because obviously, you know, you're right out in front. But like, how are you gonna keep a hold of that lead?
I don't know. I'm not the greatest. I had a really hard time in practice today, so.
That was practice.
It's a game of survival, I think, in my case.
Yeah.
You know, hopefully
Some of those
scrap
have
a couple
spun me
points,
out in 700 PP
honestly,
and 800 PP races.
Look, practice is practice.
Growling.
It's not the same as on here. That's like fresh slate. You think you can do it, right? Come on. Like we all believe in you. Practice was practice. It's completely different to what you set up there. So.
I'm glad you guys believe in me more than I believe in myself. So thank you.
You guys are going to do great. You've got this huge crowd behind you. We're so excited to see how you do.
You sure you
sit
didn't
down,
spin out
relax.
on your own?
Well, I say relax. Get
LOL,
ready.
JK.
And yeah, we believe in them, right? Let's give them one last cheer. Randall and Danny. Let's throw it back over to Tom and Parker.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Jules. Looking forward to seeing how Randall and Donovan are going to get on here tonight. As you can see, a smorgasbord of drivers on the grid for this one. Some new faces, some familiar ones. I'm keen to see what's going to happen here tonight because there are some big moments, big opportunities on offer for some teams.
There definitely is, and we spoke to Donovan Parker earlier today, driving for
hit
Ferrari,
me from
and we
behind.
asked him, what do you think out today?
Even
and he
after
said,
I lapped
I'm here
them.
to win.
Yeah.
And then we talked to every other driver, and they said, I'm here to win. So everyone thinks they have that possibility. Maybe Daniel Solis didn't feel like he has a ton of confidence, but everyone coming here with the idea that they're here to win.
No doubt about it. Now, Mazda are third in the championship going into this one. Samuel Cardinal's behind the wheel. Let's have a look at this RX Vision car. You can see it's a fictional car. It's not something that you can go and drive in real life. Front engine, rear wheel drive, naturally aspirated. It's got a rotary engine and it's putting out an incredible amount of power. Samuel Cardinal, just 18 years old. And look, the pressure here at these GT World Series events is incredible. It's one thing in your sitting room at home with, you know, your cat and your dog and, you know, your sodas in the fridge around you. When you're on a stage with people shouting and an amazing audience, it's one thing, it's completely different.
When we go to that shot showing the faces of the drivers, you can tell the intensity that's around them and just the feeling of focus that they have at that time. You just sense it, and you can tell the crowd interaction. That's such an intense place to be. When you're driving a real car, you don't hear a crowd. Here, they'll hear the crowd.
Absolutely, and we've got qualifying coming up here, Parker, as well. It's a one-lap shootout. I mean, there is no room for error.
There isn't. It's incredibly important. Every single driver said track position matters. It's incredibly important to get up front, and qualifying is where you can start to do that right off the bat. With the tire strategies ahead of them, they have the possibility of using that track position to their advantage, so it's absolutely imperative that you qualify well.
Well, let's have a look at this circuit then for the first time. Road Atlanta, Group 3 cars, racing medium tyres, and as you can see, a one-lap time attack. How do you prepare yourself mentally when you've only got one shot at it?
Well, a lot of these drivers practice throughout all this time leading up, right? And we talked to some of them. They said, you know, how many hours they spend each and every day or night on the sim trying to get ready for this. So they show up prepared, and we saw when they're practicing yesterday where they'd walk up and they'd do 3 laps and then go, that's it, that's what I have. I know exactly what I'm doing. So you have to have that muscle memory by this point of exactly what you need to do around this racetrack, an incredibly fast racetrack, high-speed corners around here, and long straights that are incredibly important to the lap time getting on those long straights.
Yeah, it's a no margin for error sort of circuit. That first sector in particular, you know,
it's a good one.
You're one side of the steering wheel, but it's a roller coaster, isn't it?
It is. It's blind crest at the top into 2 over 3. Then you shoot down through the S's. It compresses the car down, and then you sort of go up towards turn 6 to 7, and that long back straightaway where you've hoped that you've gotten the run you want towards the incredibly important braking zone into the 10 chicane.
Yeah, you got the drivers there on your screen at the moment. They are primed and ready to go, and you can imagine that the heart rate's going to have gone up by a few beats per minute, hasn't it?
It's hitting the limiter right now. This is the worst part. This is the moment you're thinking about everything. You're thinking about what you're going to do for the lap, but the best part is when you actually get going, the heart rate comes down a bit. That's where you can focus on the task at hand.
Get yourself into that sort of flow state, really,
Yes.
isn't it? Yeah, no doubt
That's
about
what
it.
I hope to find every time. I don't know if I do it every time, but I try.
Yeah, drivers out on circuit then here at the moment. There is Trent Jeffrey closest to your picture, driving for the Honda team. You've got Lexus and Harold Velton on the right-hand side there as well. Looking forward to seeing what Harold is going to be able to do. And Lexus, they need a big evening's worth of racing here tonight. As we said, last year's Manufacturers' Cup champions, and they are yet to get off the scoring board. But we are now then just moments away from getting qualifying underway here in
Let's
LA.
go.
So drivers then are ready to go for qualifying. We're just a few moments away here at the Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, from action about to begin. And let's see how this one is going to work out then. Simon Rosenberger for Lamborghini will lead the field around that final corner, or lead himself around that final corner and in towards turn 1. As we say, one bite of the cherry. He's now on his first and only flying lap in this session. Talk us through this first sector here, Parker, because it's incredible.
Well, you saw a bit of a wiggle there through turn 1. It's incredibly important to roll a ton of speed into there, but the car gets very light in the exit. Now down through the S's, you want to stay committed to the throttle, so it's all about rhythm through there. Then over here, shooting down towards turn 6, you'll use all the curve there on the exit of 5. down this back straightaway, it goes into a downhill braking zone. That's kind of a theme here at Road Atlanta. Into 6, and this sets you up for 7. This is possibly the most important corner on the racetrack. He's got a penalty there.
He has, and that doesn't mean that lap time will be disallowed, so he'll be starting it from the back of the grid unless anybody else, of course, gets a penalty. So that's, you know, we're not even halfway through the lap and he's gone.
Can't do that. Can't do that. And you'll see that through the S's because it's hard to stay full throttle down to those S's, but it's worth so much lap time if you can. So that's definitely where he got that, and where a lot of drivers will struggle with the track limits.
Yeah, and we talk about that pressure, and that's just an example of it. You know, Simon Rosenberger, as we said, making his Gran Turismo World Series debut. He's a young lad, and it's so easy to just make those slight errors. So let's see what it looks like as he comes through into the final sort of part of this lap, making his way round through that final corner, and we'll get at least a reference lap time there for him. A 1:19 at 2:74 for Simon Rosenberger. Then what about everybody else in terms of the sector times? We can see Harold Valston, he's on your screen at the moment, the Chilean driver for Lexus. As we mentioned a couple of times already, they need a big weekend here. They need to get qualifying sorted because it will just give them one fewer headache to worry about fighting their way through the field in the race. Harold Valston, he knows how to drive this car. He's very familiar with it, part of the winning lineup that won the Manufacturers' Cup in 2024. He goes to the top of the time sheets, a 1:18.5. That's a bit more like it.
And that's more like we expected from what we saw in practice. They even got down the 17s late in practice, but we'll see. I expect a low 1:18 could be towards the pointy end of the field right here as we've watched Donovan Parker head this downhill braking zone. Easy to overcook it here. Got through it nicely.
Yeah, it was 2 tenths up in that middle sector there was Donovan Parker, returning to the Gran Turismo World Series, and that's aging Ferrari 458 Italia. It's a little bit long in the tooth, that one now, but he makes his way around the final corner. Might be an old car, but it's certainly a fast lap time there. A 1:18 at 2:73 for the American driver. Now, Trent Jeffrey in the Honda NSX. Honda have had a difficult time of things over the course of the 2025 season. They're one of 4 manufacturers yet to get off the bottom of the scoring board. Could Trent be the answer that team is looking for? Making his way through, looks okay so far. In terms of the sector times, he was actually pretty handy in the middle sector. Not the fastest we've seen, but not the slowest either.
Lost a lot in that last sector there for him, and it looked like into 10A and 10B, just maybe a little bit conservative, I would say, in the braking zone there, and possibly gave up the time there.
Yeah, let's see what Arthur Mosso can do then as well. He's on his out lap then here, so now ready to begin his one and only flying lap is the Brazilian driver. This McLaren machine, as you can see, mid-engined, and first corner, again, looks okay. What are we looking for here in terms of the behaviour of the car through this first sector?
It looks very smooth. That's not always the best thing through there. You want to always see them chuck the car. Then as we go down to these downhill S's, watch how he works the wheel, almost trying to flick it into this corner. Now catch that curve, perfect. Don't go too far and get a track limit. Oh, great exit there, out of 5, now heading towards 6. You want to use a bit of that curve, but not all of it. That means you've probably rolled too much speed.
Just 0.08 of a second down in that first sector is Arthur Mosso Nunez, so looking pretty good so far then here through this double apex right-hander. You've got to compromise the entry, it's the exit, and he's going to carry that mistake all the way down to the next braking zone there. So that could cost Mosso a bit more time than he would have liked to have left on the table here, maybe.
It's like he turned in and just didn't quite have the cut out of the front tire. Couldn't get to the apex, knew it, was trying to get back the throttle to get the run, and look at that. Loses almost 3 tenths now in that sector.
Yeah, coming down in towards the braking zone, so he's going to have to try and make that up in the final sector, but the problem is when you're down, when you're sort of on the back foot, it's just so easy to snatch a brake, overdrive the car a little bit really here, so Mosso just needs to keep it quite clean and quite tidy and just limit the damage from that, what was a very slight error. Out of the final corner, he goes 3rd quickest, so he's in front of the Honda, in front of the Lamborghini, but not the quickest time that we've seen so far. What about Lanuza then, the Frenchman? This is Noah Lanuza. It should have been Lucas Bonelli who would have been behind the wheel.
Great first 2 sectors here.
Good.
Yeah, all about this braking zone, getting the car across that curb. Now back hard on the throttle. Use the curve there.
You can see him stabbing away at the throttle there, just trying to find traction, trying to find a bit of grip, but looking pretty good here through that final corner. Front engine, rear wheel drive Mercedes, and he goes to the top of the pile by nearly 3/10 of a second. That's phenomenal there from Noah Lanuza, the driver who makes his debut in the Gran Turismo World Series. And at the moment, he's chucked it to the top of the class. Fantastic. What about Adriano Carrazza in the Toyota? Toyota, of course, former Manufacturers' Cup champions in years gone by. And let's see what Karatsa can do. We know he's fairly robust in terms of his driving style. He's not afraid of getting his elbows out, but is that going to translate into a strong lap time? Here he goes over the line. He's third quickest, so demotes Wolfson, demotes Mosso Nunez, Jeffrey and Rosenberger down a place, and not a bad lap time there for him. We also spoke to Angel Estrosza earlier on here, Parker, and he was pretty feisty. He said he wants to go out there and win.
Used a lot of curb on the inside of 10A there. That set him up nicely for 10B. Didn't have the best first 2 sectors. We'll see if he picks something up in the 3rd sector.
Out of that final corner then goes Angel Estrosza, 2/10 of a second down, but 3rd quickest for him. So in front of Adriano Karatsa, who we saw come across the line a few moments ago. We've got Cardinal, who will be up next in the Mazda, and he's now beginning his first flying lap. And you can see and also hear how different this car is.
You gotta love the sound of it, a rotary engine like that. High-pitched squeal almost, screaming as he goes over the crest here into 2-3. Little wide on the exit. You want to be further over on that right side apex curb.
Is there an argument here for the mid-engine cars that they'll perform maybe a bit better through that first sector because they haven't got the weight over the front axle?
You have to think through turn 1, just a little bit more better weight distribution through there, as it's a high-speed corner that you really lean on the outside tires, but when we get to the race, could mean they hurt those rear tires a little bit more.
Coming down in towards this double apex right-hander. This is where we saw a mistake earlier on from Harold Valson. He just made a little bit of an error on the exit curve there. It's so
a little
easy.
wiggle there.
Yeah, same thing, exactly that. It's so easy to just light up the rear tires a little bit more than you were expecting. And again, you carry that mistake all the way down to the next braking zone.
And that's the thing, you're thinking about it the whole way down this back straightaway. It goes on forever, it feels like.
Mazda
and once you made that mistake,
like
you see how the time has gone away. Almost 4.5 tenths off P1 right now. Just lost so much time there from that turn 7 down that back straightaway.
Yeah, coming through into the final sector then here for Samuel Cardinal. So it's not going to be a lap time that's going to trouble the top of the order, but maybe Mazda can get themselves in towards the mid-grid. 6th fastest, that's about as good as they could really have hoped for there. Half a second away from the quickest time. But, I mean, if you look at the lap times there, we've only got, you know, sort of under a second, well, we've got a second and a half under that even, separating all of the drivers at the moment.
Basically 8 tenths,
yeah,
you know, right
so
here,
tight,
for sure. And if you're in the top 5, it's half a second or less than that right now.
Another driver making his debut then is Celso Filho, the Brazilian driver for Nissan. Nissan, former Manufacturers' Cup champions back in 2023. This is his debut Gran Turismo World Series event. He's pretty used to doing a bit of karting in his spare time. Here's Filho then.
Bit off the pace here, having a problem with his brakes we're hearing right now, so just sort of putting in a lap to sense that out, see if he can fix that.
That's such a shame there for Filho there, because that's going to be, you know, back of the grid, and that's just, again, giving you more work than maybe you'll have wanted to do, and you can see that reflects in the ultimate lap time. What, 6 seconds off the pace? What about Randall Hayward? He goes 8th quickest in the BMW, so the team that are second in the standings don't have a particularly brilliant qualifying. Now, what about Danny Solis? He's been part of this Subaru team when they've won the Manufacturers' Cup on 2 previous occasions. We know this car's not the quickest in a straight line, and look at this, nearly 8 tenths down.
Yeah, that's just hurting it right now. And you know, he was nervous beforehand. He told us when he was being interviewed in front of the crowd, had the crowd pumped up. He's going to hope to find better pace in the race for sure.
Yeah, that's so disappointing there for Subaru, for Danny Solis. They are your championship leaders by 2 points over BMW, and they only qualify P10 as Danny Solis comes to the timing line and takes the checkered flag. So Noah Lanuza then, the French driver on his debut in the Gran Turismo World Series, qualifies on pole position for Mercedes AMG. That is a supreme lap time here at the Road Atlanta circuit in Los Angeles, of course. We are here for Gran Turismo World Series 3, and we have Mercedes on pole position for the very first time this season. But the big hitters there, Subaru and BMW, right down the order on the grid.
They've got serious work to do, and this is what the other manufacturers were hoping for here in this third
did not
event.
get another
was to
lap
have
in
this
after
chance
that.
to sort of one-up the Subaru, the Mazdas. They've been able to do that.
And if you're a driver that perhaps hasn't qualified as well as you would want to have done,
one
how do you
lap
put that
shot.
to the back of your mind, ready to go into this race?
You know it's a long race. You know there's strategy involved. You know the tires, you know, tire conservation could be a part of this. And so you just have to sort of adjust your strategy, understand what was the strategy you were going to go in with. If you were up front, okay, what was the one you were going to have if you weren't up front? And that's what those drivers are doing. And they'll be assessing that through the race as they go through and manage their tires. And especially some of those that were slower are hoping maybe they can manage those tires a little bit better than the faster cars.
See some highlights then here from this qualifying session. Lanuza it was who set the early pace in that particular part of the session. This is Angel Inestrosa, part of the team that nearly won the championship back in 2023. If you remember a couple of years ago, Inestrosa, a driver who's held in very high esteem. This is Lanuza's lap a little bit earlier on, though, in that session. He just looked clean and hooked up.
So smooth, just looks so smooth. Whenever you see this AMG GT3 do a good lap, it doesn't look fast. It's just the way this car is. When it has great speed, it's a very smooth-looking car, and that's what Noah Lanuza did there.
Yeah, very
okay,
impressive.
he just needs to pass like 10 people, no problem.
In that Ferrari, it looked pretty handy and hooked up, especially in the early part of that session. It was difficult to sort of tell whether that was a lap time that was going to be on pole position, wasn't it? But
I think he's very happy with that lap. It was an impressive lap, and being so early on the session, not knowing exactly what it was going to take, that was a really great lap.
Yeah, really well done to all of our drivers then in that qualifying session. Let's get confirmation of the results. Noah Lanuza qualifies it on pole for Mercedes-AMG ahead of Donovan Parker in the Ferrari in second place. Inestrosa will head row 2 ahead of Karatza. Then it's Valsen for Lexus and Mazda with Samuel Cardinal at the wheel. But the big hitters down the bottom of the order. BMW second in the championship, only P8 on the grid. But Subaru, your championship leaders, lining up 10th over a second off of the ultimate pace. They have got a big mountain to climb here tonight. Anyway, let's go down and catch up with our pole position man, Noah Lanuza for Mercedes-AMG. He's talking to Jules.
Noah, well done for getting pole. That's great. I mean, this is your first time, you know, driving, being on the stage. Were you nervous?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous because, of course, it's my first event. But, yeah, for the lap, I was confident with the car, and I did what I do always on the training, and I'm happy for this pole position, yeah, of course.
I mean, obviously, it was just no problem. Same at home, same on the stage.
Yeah, I have to be confident to have the same pace like at home, and I think that's why I did today, and I'm happy with that.
Yeah, no, let's give him a big round of applause. That's our pole position, Noah for AMG. Well done. Let's throw it back to Tom and Parker. Nice and short and to the point. That was great. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Machinery that has been on display here today. I have to say, I am very jealous.
I know, some of the creativity, those tuner cars. I saw that Supra out there.
Yeah.
That was so good. It was so pristine, clean. I was like, oh, I love this. You could smell how clean it was, how new it was.
Yeah, it was amazing. It really was amazing. And it's not over. We've got, got some performances later on here tonight, and we've got, a clothing drop as well. Little Yannick's here. Yeah,
I know. Can't wait.
I know. I heard him doing his sound check earlier. He sounded tip-top.
Lucky you.
I know.
Lucky
I know.
you.
What a
I'm going to be there. I'm going to be out there.
What a treat. Don't forget, by the way, scan the QR code on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, because you can tell us who you think is going to win the race. If you predict the winner, and there are some prizes on offer here today as well. All in game on Gran Turismo 7. Go on to the game. You'll find out all the information about it over the course of this evening. So get yourself involved with that. Anyway, we're now getting into race time here for the grand final, Parker, and of course we're at the Road Atlanta circuit. We're in Group 3 cars, but now we've got medium and soft tyres, and we've got 30 laps as well. It's going to be a two-stopper, this one.
It definitely will be, so it's going to be deciding where you use those softs. I expect some of the cars up front probably to start on softs and try to use that to sort of vault away from the field, but if you're more in the mid-pack, especially for the Subaru, the BMW team, you have to be thinking, they're wondering, hey, what do we do here? Where do we want to use these tires to our advantage? And the key is trying to have those softs on in times that you feel like you might be in a little bit of clean air, that you can really use the speed of those tires.
Well, our Gran Turismo wizards have been working away furiously behind the scenes. And this is the strategy that they have come up with. You can see, if you start on the soft tyres, you're going to go for as long as you can. 8 laps, maybe 9 if you're really a bit of a tyre whisperer, is about as much as you can eke out of that. But you've got to use at least both tyre compounds at least once during the race, essentially. You can see the pit loss time there is 19 seconds, 6 seconds for the tyre change, and refueling at speed 3 litres per second as well. There is one big long back straight down here, but saving fuel at this circuit, I can't imagine it's going to be an easy task.
It's not, but you would have a little bit of benefit of the draft there and that sort of thing, being able to save a little bit of fuel. You can lift and coast in that downhill braking zone. That helps a little bit, but I think tire management is really going to be the key here, because you just have these high-speed corners that abuse that left side tires, especially that left rear.
Now, in terms of this circuit, you had a little go on it yesterday.
I did. It doesn't look as good as some of the others.
Feels like
these
forever.
pro drivers, but I did talking about the turn 1, 2, and 3 complex. This is a highly committed corner. You see me get a little bit of a wiggle there. You don't want to have that happen, but then as you head up towards turn 2, it's a blind crest, and then you have to try and find yourself going right. You want to use more of that right side curve than I did. There's my wiggle. That's not good looking. But nonetheless, if you get over that crest, you've got to pick a point to sort of reference to be able to get the car to the right, and that's a key part of this racetrack.
Well, a reminder of the starting grid for this one. Noah Lanuza, the Frenchman, on pole position for Mercedes-AMG in his debut GT World Series event. You can see there the top 6 separated by just half a second. The whole field, but for Philo, who of course had some technical problems in that session, was separated by just 1.2 seconds. So incredibly close in terms of the gap. So something to keep an eye on, and very interested to see how it's going to look over the course of this 30-lap race. Now, the winner predicting campaign that we were speaking about, if it goes your way for BMW, your quid's in, but it's quite tight there at the top, actually.
And that's qualifying 8th. That'd be a tall task right here. We've seen it before. We're using strategy that you can gain that track position, but that's going to be a seriously tall task. I like the
higher places
there
fall
for Porsche.
probably.
I can see that happening for sure. Daniel Solis and Subaru, 17%. We'll see if he can make it happen.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hugely excited to see how it's going to fare. You can see
peak
3 of our
quicker than that.
competitors. You've got Randall Hayward, Angel Enestrosa, Danny Solis from left to right on your picture. Big mountain to climb for the 2 on the left and the right, respectively.
He
Angel
suggested
Enestrosa
that I
there in the
lower
middle
the
has had a
refuel
great
speed
run of
for my
things
event to make the
in
pit stop
events
more
gone
costly.
past. Can they translate
It's
it
his
into a
thing.
strong result here tonight? Anyway, we're about ready to get going. Let's go down to Jules to see how we get on and get the crowd hyped up.
Right, we are just moments away from the grand final of the Manufacturers' Cup Round 3. Is Subaru going to pull it through, or is Noah going to one-stop mic drop and do it? What do you think, guys? We're going to find out.
Messy show. This is really messy. Even by us.
It's time to go for the final of the Gran Turismo World Series for the Manufacturers' Cup. 12 drivers on the grid. Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta is the venue. Only one, of course, can be crowned as the winner. Let's see how the grid lines up for this brilliant race that I'm sure is set to come our way, and it's going to be Noah Lanuza who will line it up on pole position for the very first time, his debut event for Mercedes-AMG, and he starts at the head of the field with Donovan Parker for Ferrari alongside. Angel Enestrosa heads row 2 for Porsche, Adriano Carrazza alongside in the Toyota Supra. Next up is Harold Velson in the Lexus. They've got no points so far this season, and Mazda also looking to try and add to their tally, sitting 3rd in the championship. Mosso Nunez in 7th place with Randall Hayward lining up P8, 2nd in the championship of BMW. 9th is Trent Jeffrey for Honda, but the championship leaders Subaru with Danny Solis at the wheel for this event lining up only in P10. Then Simon Rosenberger is in 11th place with Celso Filo, the Brazilian driver, lining up in 12th position right at the very back of the field. Now, medium and soft tyres available for the drivers. And interestingly here, Parker, we've got all of the drivers who are starting on the medium tyre, so not any divergence in strategy.
Well, apparently they heard what I thought and just did the exact opposite. Apparently, that's what everyone thought. Was that, hey, whatever he says, I'm going to do the opposite. So that makes sense. But hey, we'll see how that plays out. We saw some of the Wizards, what they had put together in terms of strategy. We'll see if this pays off to have those mediums first.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if you might see someone going for a pretty unique strategy, maybe going for a shorter stint on that medium tyre, trying to get them off earlier.
I think I would go soft.
If you can make the softs last.
Exactly.
That'd be the key.
If you can make the softs last.
You'd have to defy what we thought was 8 or 9 laps, maybe, that you can make them last.
Hey, never underestimate these Gran Turismo competitors. They are incredible at just thinking on their feet and adapting to these conditions and circumstances. And, you know, if you're a driver that's starting a bit further down the field and you've got progress to
why they went medium J.
Through that field, there is an opportunity to make it. Let's get ready then to go. The grand final for the Manufacturers' Cup for Gran Turismo World Series 3 here in LA is underway. It's Lanuza who leads the field down towards turn 1, followed by Donovan Parker, followed by Angel Enestrosa, followed by Adriano Carranza. A rolling start will spread that field out, so no dive bombs into these first few corners. But let's see how it looks as we get ready to go through that first sector and on towards the back straight for the first time. But nice and clean through those first couple of turns. Exactly what we're expecting for Noah Lanuza. He, of course, is the driver who's punching the hole in the air in front for the field that's following behind.
And expect the field to sort of compress once we get to the backstretch there, and sort of towards the end of the backstretch for sure, as they're able to draft a little bit here as we head down into turn 6. This sets up into turn 7. You just have to consistently nail this turn 7 corner. You don't want to be enticed by the car in front of you to overdrive that corner and allow the car behind to get a run on you.
Let's see what happens then. We come out of that double apex right-hander. So Lanuza it is that leads. Donovan Parker there, though, is very close behind. And we know that Ferrari is actually pretty handy in a straight line. So will we see any slipstreaming moves being made? We're coming in towards a pretty big braking zone of that chicane. And if you're sat down the order like Samuel Cardinal is, you need to try and make these moves while the field is bunched up. He's using the initiative. He's got the inside line.
Overcooked it a bit.
A little bit late on the brakes. Leans on him on the outside of Valsen there. And that might cost him a little bit in terms of the stewards having a little look, because it was a fairly robust and aggressive overtake on the opening lap, and it's left Valsen vulnerable to the threat of Mosso Nunez in the McLaren.
He absolutely sent it there into the chicane, got to the inside, showed his nose, but then just waited till he saw the BMW brake and then got to the brakes there. Obviously overcooked a little bit, maybe a tiny bit of contact. We'll see what the stewards have to say.
Well, we saw, of course, different cars being quick in qualifying relative to what we've seen in some of the racing conditions. You see Lanuza there. He's really pushing the limits here in this first one, just kicking up a little bit of grass at the start of this second lap, and I wonder whether that might leave him a bit vulnerable. Maybe he's just overdriving in these first couple of laps, pushing the car maybe a bit too much and just making a few mistakes, because even though your car might be quick in qualifying, there's no guarantee that that translates to a quick race car.
And that's what Donovan Parker was loving to see there, was him pushing just a little bit further than he wanted to, maybe a little bit of understeer through those S's. That's allowed Donovan Parker to be right on his tail as we get this long back straightaway. We saw the move there by Cardinal down to this braking zone. That should be the typical place you're going to see moves at this racetrack.
Yeah, let's have a look then. Donovan Parker with the slipstream, with the advantage, and with now the race lead. He comes into the chicane, and now it's Ferrari and Donovan Parker in front. So the USA lead here in Los Angeles with the Italian machinery down in towards the final couple of corners. We're about to come, and Carranza is right on the back bumper of Angel Enestrosa, who's in that unfortunate position of trying to attack, but also having to look at his mirrors to try and defend at the same time. Carranza's got the inside line into turn 1.
That's a tight one.
Yeah, you can't really make a move stick through there unless you've got a winning dance partner. And Carranza fairly robustly gets his way up and into third place for Toyota.
That was beautiful. Great racing by both drivers to give a little bit of room there for Nostroza, and Carranza there to get to the inside and stay committed to turn 1. That's a really tough pass to make, but they did it easily.
It's sort of a bit of a stalemate where all the drivers have now started on this medium tyre. I have to say I am quite surprised for that, because if you're Subaru, if you're BMW, you need to make the progress while the field is bunched up, you would have thought, and surely going for the soft tyre would have maybe been a different strategy. I suppose the converse to that is that you're going to be on a slower competitive tyre later on in the race, and it might leave you vulnerable.
Well, we already know that we thought they would do it one way and they did the opposite, so we might figure out. We have no idea what they're going to do, but we'll find out in real time with all of you watching as this unfolds. I think, we go back to that last lap with Donovan Parker going by Lanuza. That was a message to Lanuza. This is the straight line speed I have in this Ferrari. He made that pass before they got to the braking zone.
Yeah, well, a bit of a sort of drafting train, I should say, rather. You've got down this back straight here as well, because Cardinal, though he closed up onto the back of Enestrosa, of course, has the slipstream, being punched in the hole in the air in front of him by Lanuza. Hayward here is vulnerable here to Philo as well, as he looks his way through the final couple of corners. It's pretty close down the bottom end of the field in this race, and Hayward and Rosenberger are under investigation for a collision, so I wonder if that's why we picked up that battle. Maybe something's kicked off at the end of that last lap.
He was a little slow. He was off the line at that point, so something happened there through the chicane in 10A and 10B where they were able to get together. He was forced off to the side, so we'll have to see what the result of that was.
Samuel Cardinal, quickest man though, out on the circuit last time around. He's driving the Mazda, currently sitting in P5, just half a second away from Angel Enestrosa as it stands at the moment. Let's have another look then. What happened here to, well, this is Donovan Parker actually on Lanuza for the race lead. So Ferrari versus Mercedes AMG down this back straight. and he made that look quite easy.
Well, you could just see the straight line speed there. Utilizing the draft, of course, had the speed and got it done before the braking zone. That's the type of pass you love to make happen because it was simple.
Yeah, really nicely done there for Donovan Parker. And the question is now, he's got the lead of this race. Can he pull away? Can he build an advantage over Lanuza and over the rest of the field and try and sort of run his own race?
And when we spoke to him earlier today, he was really worried about the left rear tire of this Ferrari, though. That's one of the things he said. I know it has the speed, but I'm worried about beating up that left rear tire, especially through turn one. This final corner here, you see the car puts a ton of energy to the left side. These are high speed, highly committed corners that just abuse that left side tires, and therefore he's just definitely thinking about taking care of that left rear.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So through the first sector we go, and this is what we're used to seeing in these sort of longer form races. About 45 minutes in total we're expecting from lights out to the checkered flag. And it's going to be interesting to see how this one will work out, because you end up with a bit of a slower start to the race, but then it really comes alive at the end as you get the divergence in strategies. What we're expecting, about 8 laps or so on the soft compound of tyre, whereas on the medium side they'll go a little bit longer, but of course they don't have the same pace underneath them. They're about 0.8 to a second or so a lap slower than them. Of course, everyone's on the same compound of tyre now, but are you going to get someone maybe diving into the pits early? If they can eat those soft tyres out just a lap or two longer, that could be the difference between winning a race and losing it.
Yeah, who's willing to be the riskiest and be first on those soft tires is really the game here right now, is how far do you want to push these mediums, and then how early do you dare get on those softs and hope that they can last as the field compresses again down in the backstretch chicane. There's 10A, 10B into the final corner. You can just see how the draft keeps these cars so compacted right now, and it just puts the pressure on someone like Donovan Parker, who's trying to focus, run his race, focus on his lines, hitting his marks right now, but knowing that if he has any mistake there off of turn 7, they're there to pounce.
Karatsa on the back of Lanuza. The problem is, though, it's such a one-line first sector here, though, isn't it? You can't find your way through there.
Well, we saw the pass he made into turn 1, which was excellent, but once you get to turn 2 or 3, it has to be a massive mistake by the driver in front of you if you're going to get there. Here's Simon Rosenberger down in. Oh, this is how he got to Haywood, just outbroke himself. Haywood was an innocent bystander there, turned into the corner already. You can see him shaking his head. It's not what you want to do.
No, big disappointment there for Randall Haywood. And you wonder whether the stewards might be taking a look at that. I have to say, also for Subaru and for Danny Solis, it's not going his way at all. He's 5 seconds now off the back of Simon Rosenberger. To make that 10 seconds, he's clearly made another mistake on this lap, and he's just dropping like a stone. And clearly, he is struggling out there on the circuit, and that's not what Subaru needed, because this could be a race that if they finish down there, they'll of course be scoring no points, and it could cost them the lead of the championship going into the World Finals. On board there, or looking rather, I should say, Adriano Karatsa in 3rd position, and Helena Stroza sitting there in P4 for now. You can see the tyre wear at the moment. First chance really to look at it. The front-engined rear-wheel drive car is actually looking pretty even compared to some of the mid-engined rear-wheel drive layouts that we've got. The sort of big outlier really is Donovan Parker, who's got a bit less rear tyre relative to the other drivers who are close behind.
And he told us that's what he was worried about with this Ferrari, and sure enough, it's showing up right now. You can see there was only 2 cars that were below the 70 percentile there in the rear tires, and he was one of them, down at 68 as we got off that graphic. So definitely abusing those rear tires right now, and that means he's just having to drive that car as delicately as he possibly can. You're trying to basically extract speed, but just not slide the rear tires, not put energy through the rear tires. It's an incredibly tough thing to do no matter what race car you're driving, and a racetrack like this where it's putting a lot of energy through those rear tires, you just have to try and drive that car as straight as possible.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Looking here then at Adriano Karatsa, we ride on board as he has got a face full of Noah Lanuza. We come down this back straight. Enestrosa and Cardinal sitting pretty close there behind and just doing a good job of keeping them honest. So for some of these teams here, Parker, looking at the standings going into this one, of course Subaru, as we know, they lead it by 2 points over BMW. Nissan though, they're only half the points away from Subaru, for Mazda, for Porsche. There's a great opportunity for some teams to capitalise here.
There is, especially what we saw in qualifying. That was really what opened everything up for a lot of these teams that have struggled in the first 2 events to have this chance in the 3rd event. As we look at Karatsa, look at the inside Lanuza again, he's been doing that lap after lap, just poking that nose here into 3. Not really a passing attempt as much as a message. Hey, I can get there if I want to. I can put that little bit of pressure, and he now falls a little bit back as we go through the S's. He's definitely stronger through that that turn 1, turn 2 complex, but does sort of lose a bit of time as we go through the S's into 6 and 7.
Yeah, coming down this straight then in towards the double apex right hand. Let's have a look at another moment here for Danny Solis. We know he's been all at sea.
Oh, no.
The spin just got onto the curb, and well, that's dropped him now 15 seconds off the back of the rest of the field. I mean, look, he's laughing.
Hey,
There's nothing else you can do. Nothing else you can do. It's such a shame there for Danny Solis. We know he's a very competitive driver. We know he's got the ability to be at the sharp end of the field in these Gran Turismo World Series events. We've seen it. You don't become a two-time champion for nothing, but clearly on his return, it maybe just nerves, something along the lines of that he's just not performing here tonight, and ultimately it's costing his team.
I just love how you see these battle trains occur in these GT3 cars, and it's not dissimilar to real life. You see this all the time, having raced at GT3 before earlier this year at the Rolex 24 in Sebring. It was like this all the time. You're in these trains of cars. The way these cars are, it's just they're so closely aligned. The BOP matching does a great job of creating the performance be so close between the cars, and you get in these trains like this, and it's such an intense form of racing.
You've got sort of a race of two halves here at the moment, haven't you? You've got the first group of 7 drivers who are all, you know, half a second or so relative from one another. Then you've got another 4.5 seconds back to Randall Hayward, who's then got Philo, Jeffrey and Rosenberger relatively close behind. So it's interesting to see how this race is going to play out. And again, I wonder for those drivers who maybe haven't had the strongest start to this race, whether they might try and do a different strategy. This is Philo's move, meanwhile, on Randall Hayward, coming down and in towards that chicane. Nicely done. Used the advantage of the slipstream, took to the inside, and then got through and took that position quite nicely there for him.
Yeah, so for these top 3 championship leading teams, manufacturers, they're looking at no points right now, especially that gap between them and the next set of cars, which are the points. So it's going to be, they've got to get going.
Yeah, points are only down to 6th position. And look how tight it now is at the sharp end of this race. Delighted to welcome to the commentary box former champion in the Gran Turismo World Series, Igor Fraga, no less. Igor, great to have you here. First of all, I've got to ask, what do you think of this race? Because it looks like it's going to bubble up to be quite a nice one. I mean, you've got 7 drivers separated by a hair's breadth.
Yeah, so like all the cars' performance, all the drivers' performance have been being really, really close since qualifying. I think Mercedes nailed the qualifying, but the pace, the race pace itself, it's been really, really similar, and all of them are trying to kind of stay together in the pack, so they have a chance at the end of the race to really like gain some positions.
What's the key going to be able to win this race? If you're sat there now, for example, you're Adriano Corazza, you're not leading the race, but you're in a good position. How do you turn this race into something that you can win? Yeah, so I think
Donovan Parker's pace has been really good, so everyone is following him. So it's going to be difficult to do something right now, to be honest. Maybe I'll try to do something just before going to the pits and changing tires. So after I'm back onto the track, then I can stay behind the fastest car of the race, basically.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out then here for Donovan Parker. You've got Noah Lanuza there, who's in 2nd position at the moment. In terms of tyre wear, do you think there could be a particular factor in this race? Do you think, you know, maybe someone who could eke their tyres out for a lap or 2 longer, that might come into play?
Yeah, probably yes. I think we have a different type of cars running. Also, we are considering that the cars are slipstreaming each other, so maybe they're being able to, some of the car being able to manage better the tires, so this could come and play later in the race as well.
So I'm listening to everything you're saying. Do you think Lanuza right there is sort of hanging out behind Donovan Parker at this time, just using that draft down the back straightaway, knowing the speed of the Ferrari, taking care of his tires a little bit? As we look at the tires right now, Donovan Parker down in the 40s for both front and rears.
Yeah, I think Donovan is trying to push as hard as he can. Probably his race pace is good, but then it's hurting its tires, and then all the guys behind is being able to save a lot of tires. You can see, especially P2 and P3 having very good tire wear on the rears, and this probably will come in play later in the race, in the strategy and everything.
Look at Corazza, 64 on the rear tires right there.
That's really
impressive.
good. Yeah, that's really good, and especially considering it's a Supra, so it used to be a lot harder to keep the tires in a good shape. So he's doing definitely a really good job there.
Yeah, you can see they're just sort of sitting there waiting for the right opportunity to pounce at this particular point of the race. We're coming towards that first pit window. really. Again, the tyres, they're getting warm, but they're not quite at that level. But given another lap, maybe another couple of laps or so, and we might see the first drivers beginning to blink. You would imagine, given the difference in tyres, especially for Donovan Parker and his rear tyres, that he's going to be boxing before anybody else in this race.
I don't know, to be honest, because Ferrari has great traction. So
Right.
even if the car has good tire, more tire wear, maybe it can keep up with the pace because the Ferrari itself have like really good traction.
And that's a great answer because not knowing anything about strategy, that's, you fit right in up here right now today here.
Yeah, because the thing is, they're always shown like, you know, the predicted strategy, but there's always drivers that come up with the crazy ideas and a different strategy that is not even shown, and they can do like really well.
Wait, you're saying race car drivers being crazy?
Yes.
No way.
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Coming down this back straight then here, looking at Donovan Parker, then Noah Lanuza, then Adriano Carazza, who's just sitting there in third place. Ina Stroza a couple of laps ago, who's in fourth at the moment, got a bit of a warning for contact with another car, so must have had a bit of a tap into the back of Adriano Carazza. Carazza has a sort of half look there to the inside to the chicane, but the door's not quite ajar enough for him to walk through right now.
And he's doing that still out of turn 1. I watched him do it the lap before as well. He's done that there down into turn 10 chicane. He's just constantly showing that nose a little bit to Lanuza. We saw what his rear tires were like. He's done the best with that. Look at the run he gets here into turn 1. Lanuza goes a little bit further in the corner, but here's that once again better on the exit. That's why his rear tires are doing so well, as we see Simon Rosenberger on pit road.
Yeah, he's the first driver to come into the pits, then he'll go on to the soft tyre. So we're expecting 2 stints on the soft tyre in this race, and Rosenberger in the Lamborghini, the first driver to blink. He's down in 10th position at the moment. What you want when you come out of these pit stops is a nice bit of clear air, which Rosenberger should get. You know, he's got Danny Solis, who's about 20 seconds or so down the road, but Solis is now coming to the pit lane, so he should be pretty much on his own, Rosenberger, once he emerges back into the race.
And also it's very difficult when you go out the pits because you were running with the worn medium tires and then you put the fresh soft tires. The grip changes, it's very very different. It's huge, and then you have to keep nailing the exactly same lines because you have all the curbs and very technical cornering in the first sector, and a little bit of mistake that you do, you can get a penalty. So you have to be like really precise.
Lanuza defending that move there from Carazza, moved over on the back straight, and Carazza there, though he had extra momentum, didn't have the opportunity to move it, and it's brought Angel Ina Stroza right into play then here as we come through these final couple of corners, and you can see now is where it's going to start beginning to build. We're coming towards the halfway stage of this race already, and you can see that 10 out of the 12 drivers have not yet made their first out of, well, at least 1, probably 2 pit stops here in this one. So we'll see who is going to be the first of the drivers to blink, and also, crucially, who's going to follow them there as well. Will Parker be the first driver, or will the rest of the field follow suit, or are they going to go off and do their own strategy? Igor, if you were in the pack like this at the moment, what would you be doing?
For me, at this point, probably just make sure that I can stay on the pack and don't do any mistakes, because, you know, if you kind of risk it at that point and you do like a little mistake, you will lose like 4 position in a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
And you're gonna like ruin your race. So I think it's just stay on the pack, just keep your position, and especially if you're on the top 3, you want to just keep your position because you have probably plenty of chance later on the race.
And I wonder if Carazza's thinking he would be one of the last on pit road. We got that graphic again of his tires. He's 20% better than Donovan Parker there, who's the leader right now. He's done an incredible job saving those rear tires as he does a block here, and Nistroza nicely done down into 10, but I wonder if he's going to watch this and see maybe there's a chance there to go a little bit longer and to be able to push on those soft tires harder.
Yeah, coming down through to those final few corners. We're now, again, sort of getting towards that time where you're going to have no choice but to pit over the next couple of laps or so. We can see that Parker's tyres are, as we know, a bit more worn out relative to the other drivers who are behind. That's what we reckon the predicted strategy will be, about 13 laps or so. Well, we're on lap 15 and we haven't seen anybody pitting. Lanuza, though, starting to begin to hold up Carazza. You can see Carazza's just held his tyres in a bit better condition, especially through this first sector of the lap. It looks a bit quicker and a bit more comfortable, really.
Yeah, and also the Supra has a great top speed. It's
just that everyone is on a slipstream, so it's very difficult to get like a round through it. Because exactly. So you try to do something, but you get out of the slipstream, then your car is not faster anymore. So it's a very difficult, and there's a lot of pressure going on there as well because you cannot do any mistakes.
Points for the top 6 drivers in this race, just to remind you. So if you're down to Harold Velsen, you'd be scoring points if the checkered flag was thrown now, but there's still half the race left to go in this one, and plenty of time for the complexion of it.
Really close.
Yeah, this is where we go for that move then. Down the back straight, side by side they go. Toyota versus Mercedes. Carrazza makes the move really nicely. Beautiful. Goes through and into second. Exactly what he wanted to do. Now, are we going to see anybody diving into the pit lane at the end of this one? Parker does. He had no choice. Look at the rear tyres. They would be about as useful as chewing gum on the sole of your shoes after that long in the race. And Parker decides that lap 16 rather, I should say, is the last on the mediums and goes on to the soft tyres. I wonder how he's going to work with this.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about like Carrazza and other guys that stayed on track, that maybe there's a possibility to do a one-stop, no?
That's what I was thinking. I was looking at how much better his tires were. Now he's in the lead. Could go all the way to a one-stop possibly.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, we were talking about the hard tyre, the medium tyres, I should say, the harder of the compounds versus the soft tyres. And the predicted strategy says, soft tyres, you've got to get them off after about 8 laps. But like you say, if you can just be really smooth on your inputs, on the steering, on the brakes, on the throttle, and you can eat them out for that little bit longer, maybe you can eat those soft tyres out.
And maybe like a 2-stop could be faster in the total time, but if you consider like track position and then traffic and everything, maybe 1-stop is safer because you can just keep ahead, and then even if it's a little bit slower in terms of the total time, it's better.
Look at this, 3 wide for the lead, down to 10!
That's going to go wrong! They're off into the gravel! The Mercedes goes off down into the chicane after contact between themselves in Estroza as well as Adriano Carrazza, and the upshot is the debutant here at Road America ends up in the gravel trap and loses a huge amount of time. Now Estroza is on the inside of Carrazza down into the first corner. Side by side they go. The Porsche is into the race lead.
Carrazza's fought back here. He thinks better of it. That's just too tight of a corner to go side by side through. And that started all the way back in turn 7. Carrazza just didn't get the run. He actually got a little understeer, got up too far onto the curb, and that allowed those 2 drivers behind him to get a massive draft and get side by side 3 wide down that corner for a place that's only really fit for 2.
Yeah. 3 into 1 doesn't go, and no surprise to see that incident under investigation. I should imagine the stewards will take a pretty dim view of that. I'd love to have a look at a replay and get another angle on that incident in a few moments' time. But we look here at Samuel Cardinal, who's profited from it. He's now up into 3rd place, into the podium positions here for Mazda. Mazda, I remind you, 3rd in the standings at the moment, so they can really take an advantage because Porsche and Toyota are a bit further down the order. Toyota 5th in the standings, joint 5th with Porsche, but Lexus also, having not scored any points, would be very welcome for that 4th place finish. Anyway, long way still to go.
And I think there's going to be some drivers that are going to pit this lap because there is some driver that have very high tire. We'll see. No, they keep going.
Yeah.
Probably next lap. So I think if you can push like 17 laps on the mediums, 1-stop is very possible.
Let's have a look then to see what happens. So Inestrosa's got great momentum. Lanuza there on the outside. Oh, Carrazza moved over by the looks of things.
Yeah. Just a little bit. I don't think at one point there he knew they were about to be 3 wide. He was trying to protect. He didn't know that Noah was there and kind of come over at that time, and that caused the collision.
Well, yeah, that's not going to be much compensation, I should imagine, for Adriano Carrazza, and also for Noah Lanuza's mood as well. Let's see what the stewards decide for that one, but I would imagine there could be a penalty coming the way of the Brazilian driver, and that'll be a big disappointment for them, for Toyota, because as we say, 5th in the standings. It was a great opportunity for them to try and build on the points that they have got over the course of this season so far.
And as I said, like it's been like everyone's so close. Just a single mistake can like really ruin your race. So all the the decisions that you make during the race are so important to make sure that you can like capitalize in everything.
You got the sense, didn't you, that it was bubbling up, that something was going to start kicking off.
Especially with the tire starting to be warm. It's very close to the pit window. So yeah. it was where something could happen.
Cardinal into the pit lane then at the end of lap 18. So he's the first of the leaders from that group now to blink in the Mazda RX Vision machine. Comes in and he'll go on to the soft tyre. Everybody else staying out, and the tyres, as we say, I mean, just looking at it from what we can see on our timing screen, they're pretty worn now, especially on the left-hand side. This, of course, being a clockwise circuit, means that the left-hand side of the car gets lent on that a little bit more.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, Donovan Parker, he was always with the clean air, so I think he will have like a big gap compared to the other group that stayed on track. But I think it's going to be really interesting to see that tyre wear at the end of the race.
That's a great point, because as we saw that three-wide movement and battling at the front, that was just slowing them down, allowing Donovan Parker to rip those fast laps.
Well, the question is as well, Parker, as we know, he pitted early on. So is he going to be able to do a one? If everyone else does a one-stop in front, can he do a one-stop? Has he got the ability to eke those tyres out? Because if he's done 2 or 3 laps, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a huge amount of time left, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and especially that we have tyre wear multiplier on those races. So 2 or 3 laps difference in real life would be like more than 10 laps difference. So it's a lot.
No doubt about it. Yeah, very, very keen to see how this one is going to play out. Igor, thank you so much for joining us and helping us make sense of the middle stint of this race.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me here as well.
It's a pleasure. Yeah, absolute pleasure. And now we get the leaders coming into the pits. Inestrosa, Carazza into the box from the medium to the soft compound of tyres. Lanuza and Artemoso Nunes continue on at the sharp end of this one. Now, the question is about Donovan Parker. Where's he going to emerge? You would imagine, because he's been running clean laps and setting very fast laps at that he's going to come right out the sharp end of this. But is that going to leave him vulnerable in the final third of this race? He comes through, he's now in 3rd place, and he's still got, what, 11 seconds for Lanuza up the road. He's in a great position here at the moment. Doesn't mean he's going to last, though.
No, it doesn't. We saw already when we had the recent tire graphic, and as Igor was explaining how fast these tires wear with the accelerated wearing that you have here in Gran Turismo, that he'd already beaten up those tires a ton, and we saw how he had to pit there because the rear tires in that Ferrari just didn't stay on in the first stint. He had to get to pit road, so we'll see if this works out for him, but definitely he's been ripping fast laps and should have a large gap.
Yeah, let's have a look at Valsa versus Artemoso Nunes then coming down in towards turn 10. That was a nice clean, but that's how you do it into that chicane.
That's pretty. I like that one.
Yeah, Mosso Nunes in the McLaren moves his way up and into 4th place at that point. Now effectively the race leads, we can see Randall Hayward's got a red flashing dot next to his name. That means he's picked up a penalty for one reason or another. We didn't see anything coming up on screen saying he's under investigation, so one would assume that's a track limits penalty. Either way, not what the team that are second in the championship would have wanted to see on their board at the moment. Now, the last of the 2 remaining drivers, Artemoso Nunes and Noah Lanuza in the McLaren and the Nissan, I beg your pardon, the McLaren and the Mercedes, respectively, are still yet to pit. Now they do, and let's see where they are going to emerge in the return of this race. Here, meanwhile, is Donovan Parker, and look at this, he's made this work really nicely here, Parker, because, you know, he had, what, 3/10 of a second of advantage. Yeah. Now it's up to 6.4 seconds. That's great, but again, we've got to think about the bigger picture here, don't we? Because, as we know, he pitted 2 or 3 laps earlier relative to some of the other drivers around him, and you wonder how vulnerable that might leave him.
Can he make it last? Can he look at this gap and say, hey, wait, what can I do to just take care of these tires right now and try to make them last even further than he thought maybe they could go? We thought that this was definitely going to be a 2-stopper. It looks like most of these drivers here of Carazza and Nostra are going to be on this 1-stopper. Is Donovan Parker got the ace in his sleeve? Can he do it?
Well, that's the crucial question, isn't it? I mean, you know, overtaking is one thing, getting past is, closing up is one thing, getting past is quite another. Inestrosa, Carazza and Cardinal, though, you could throw a blanket over them, couldn't you, coming down this back straight? They're so close together. And you wonder whether they might try and work together here instead of fighting amongst one another. Get themselves, they're in that slipstream train at the moment, but are they going to be able to close up onto the back of Parker if they start fighting?
Another pretty pass there by Valsa there down into 10. I would think that would be the best plan, but they're race car drivers, and they don't normally think that way. It's, I want to be ahead of you. I don't care what it means. I want to be the leader of this pack right now. ZC Carazza once again right on the tail of Nostra. I think that it would be smart to be working together to utilize that draft to try and cut down that gap. They've already got about 2 or 3 tenths in that last lap. That would be the smart move right here.
just seeing on screen there, no further action after that incident there with Carrazza,
So no pen from that.
etc. that we saw a few laps ago, which fired Lanuza off into the gravel. So they've deemed that it was a racing incident and nobody was at fault, which
I agree with that.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Well,
I think when you take 3 cars down into that corner, all the same place, that's a very tough position to be in. They got there because of the draft and all the different movement there down in the braking zone. I think it was the right call.
Well, it's a very good point. I'm not a racing steward. I just stand here and talk nonsense for 45
I'm not
minutes.
either, but I'm just going to agree with it.
It's probably the best way to do it. Best way to do it. Donovan Parker, that gap from 6.3 seconds now down to 5.3 seconds. Of course, he's on, as we know, older soft tyres. And that is run. That is leaving you a bit vulnerable. Carrazza there having a look to the back of Inestrosa, but nothing doing for him at the moment. They've just got to be patient, haven't they, really? Because it's going to come to them in the closing stage of this one. And this is what we're used to seeing in the Manufacturers' Cup races as Parker comes into the pit lane for his final pit stop. So he's doing a 2-stop.
There's our answer.
Yeah, but are we going to get everybody else doing a 1-stop? Can they eat those tyres out? And conversely, they'll leave them vulnerable if they do a 1-stop, because Parker's going to be on fresher rubber.
You see him shaking his head a little bit. Maybe he realizes that the others could potentially just be on a 1-stop.
It's a possibility, but I've got to be honest. I think it's going to be quite difficult to eke out a 1-stop. And if it is a 1-stop, if you've got someone that has managed to pit onto the soft tyres and hasn't lost that much time, i.e. you would imagine Donovan Parker, that he could close up and just drive right past them in the closing lap, maybe even.
That's what he'd be hoping.
It certainly is.
That's the case.
Certainly is. So Inestrosa then leads the race now, half a second ahead of Adriano Carrazza. Samuel Cardinal there just on his tail as well. So you've got 3 drivers separated by just a handful of tenths of a second. Then you've got Valton and Mosso Nunez. Where is Donovan Parker? So he's in 9th position at the moment. He's the first, or the second driver now to make 2 stops in this race. And he's got a hell of a mountain to climb in terms of making up time, but also he's got to fight his way through a fair bit of traffic up the road there as well, which could compromise him. And that shake of the head might mean that he knows that a possible chance of victory for Ferrari could have slipped through his fingers.
And right now he's about 18.2 seconds back at this time from the lead, so he's got a little, that gap would condense obviously with a pit stop if these leaders were to pit, but we think possibly they're just on this 1-stop strategy right now, and therefore he knew it was game over at that point.
So looking here at Samuel Cardinal, as we say, the top 3 teams in this one would love to have the checkered flag thrown now, because they would get some great points on offer. Porsche sitting 5th in the championship with 3 points so far this season. You've got Carrazza for Toyota, they're also joint 5th as well, and Samuel Cardinal for Mazda, they're 3rd in the championship. Harold Valser meanwhile has been given a 1-second penalty for colliding with another car. I'm quite sure if we saw what that was all about, but he's ahead of Artemoso Nunez, so I wonder whether that might be what it's all about. The upshot is though, he's coming towards that penalty zone. You see that bar filling up, and he'll come into that. He'll lose a second, but he'll also lose the time it takes him to get back up to speed. So a second's penalty could easily end up being 1.5 to 2 seconds quite comfortably.
And it's on that long back straightaway when we've talked about just getting a bad run out of turn 7 is worth a couple tenths, let alone having a slowdown like that there, and then having to reaccelerate back up to full speed, and it messes up your braking down to 10. So it's a massive penalty.
So if you're Inestrosa, your Carrazza or your Cardinal here at the moment, Parker, you've got a nice, comfortable cushion over the rest of the field. Are you going to take that risk and try and do that 1-stopper? Is it worth it?
I think it absolutely is, especially what we saw Carrazza was able to do with his tires earlier in this race. He had the best rear tires of anyone, and he's been able to make passes in areas that no one else has. So I definitely believe that this is what he's expecting to do. I think right now, just taking care of those tires right now behind Inestrosa, but hoping that when he gets that chance to strike, it's there on offer. And we've seen him do it down into turn 1. He's done it down to turn 10. He seems to be always looking to poke his nose out just at the braking zone, just to make that driver think for a second, hey, I could get there if I want to. And that's definitely nerve-wracking for Inestrosa.
Yeah, you'd be sat there on the light flashing button, wouldn't you? Trying to distract the driver.
Anything you got in your arsenal, you will utilize, trust me.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So 5 laps to go then here at the Road Atlanta circuit, and well, it's anybody's guess as to how this one is going to play out. You would imagine that Donovan Parker, even though he's got fresher rubber, he's got, as we say, a big old mountain to climb to close out the gap that he has now created, courtesy of the fact that he had to pit early. He used up his tyre in the opening stint. It was a great stint, nonetheless, you know, to see him at the sharp end of the field in his return to the GT World Series. But the problem with it is that it's left him vulnerable now, and it's cost him ultimately an opportunity of that win after pitting about 2 or 3 laps earlier than these other drivers.
And he's been the fastest car on the racetrack. He's been almost a second faster than the leaders in the last couple of laps. So he has the speed. You see him going by Haywood here down into turn 1, just with all that extra grip and the speed that Ferrari has had, trying to make up every position he can right now, pushing as hard as he can. He's got fast lap times. He might just not have enough time.
Yeah, that is the problem there for Donovan Parker. What's the gap now? 8.5 seconds. So he's going to have to hope that they all have to pit in the closing stages of this one. I mean, looking at the tyre wear that we can see on our timing screen at the moment, it's fine. You know, it's not great, and it's going to be slower compared to Donovan Parker, but the gap that he's got to make up over the next few laps is pretty insurmountable, one would imagine.
No, definitely, and I think if you just look there at Carrazza with 59%, that was just the same thing he did in that first stint, and we've seen it that they were able to go way further on those tires than maybe we thought they potentially would. So I think this really is the battle for the win right here. It's Inestrosa and the Porsche versus the Toyota of Carrazza. These two have been going at it all race long. Throughout each and every lap here, they've been around each other, and Carrazza's been sort of on the back foot at times, having to make those wild passes, but I do think if he's going to find his place, it could be into turn 1 where he's surprised some drivers early in the race.
And they've kept it pretty calm and pretty respectful up until this point. There's going to come a time where that calmness and that respect is going to start to wane a little bit, and then the gloves are going to completely come off, you would imagine, right towards the end, because it's all good sitting there in the wheel tracks of your fellow opponent and just, doing your own race and letting them run their own race. But eventually, of course, there comes that challenge for victory that they're going to want to make. This is Donovan Parker, meanwhile, as he ascends his way up ahead of Trent Jeffrey. That is a great move there on the inside. Set that one up. Jeffrey there forced to the grass on the outside, and Parker through and into 7th position. I mean, he's closing the gap down to the likes of Harold Valson. But again, it's just going to run out of time, unfortunately, here. It's going to come a little bit too late for him.
And it's such a shame. He did a great job in qualifying. We talked to him earlier today. He had a ton of confidence, was super excited for this event, and felt like if he could be up front, he had the possibility to do it and fight for the win. On pace alone, he had that, but strategy is going to bite him.
Now look at the tyres here then, Parker, because you can see Carrazza, he's got way more rear tyre than Inestrosa, and now Carrazza's side by side. Carrazza will not be able to attack for position going into that chicane. He'll live to fight another day, well, Inestrosa, but now we're starting to see the gloves beginning to come off. We're starting to see the aggression here from Adriano Carrazza. He's just biding his time quite nicely with the tyres, and now he looks poised to attack for the race lead. Inestrosa knows that, goes for a defensive line down towards that first corner. That's going to compromise his entry speed and subsequently his exit speed there as well. Forces him a little bit wide. If he can just hold firm and not allow Carrazza to attack, he'll be able to hold it through these sweeping series of corners and live to fight another day. But it's starting to get a little bit more interesting, and now it's beginning to build, and Carrazza's looking poised to attack.
You can feel the intensity ratcheting up right now, and that was that move that Inestrosa did, being defensive into turn 1, because he knew Carrazza's been able to get to the inside there towards 2 and into 3, but he can't quite get there far enough beside him to really make a difference. So Carrazza's had to back out of it lap after lap. It's going to take Carrazza trying to get to the inside into turn 1, firing it off in there. Oh, as he got sideways, losing a bunch of time.
Yeah, the big old moment there. That's left him vulnerable here to Samuel Cardinal. So just that one mistake, we were talking about it earlier on in the race when the field was really bunched up, and now it's cost Carrazza a chance of attacking for victory, and might cost him 2nd position here at the expense of Cardinal as well. They run side by side down the back straight into the braking zone of turn 10. Cardinal with the slipstream with the advantage. Carrazza's not going to give this one up though without a fight, and moves his way back through and into 2nd place. Carrazza now needs no mistakes. He needs to be as clean as you like. 2 laps to go at the end of this one here, and Carrazza, if he wants to challenge for victory, needs to get himself onto the back of Inestrosa pretty sharpish.
He's got to get his head down right now in terms of the best laps of this race, the best laps of the day, if he wants to have a chance at going and challenging for victory there. With that just slight mistake, it's put him just too far behind. He's going to have to find something.
But look at him, he's got way more tyre compared to the likes of Inestrosa and to Cardinal as well, especially on the rears. Front a pretty even Stevens. Let's see whether that proves to pay dividends here though for Carrazza, because if Inestrosa's tyres fall off a cliff in this last lap and a half or so, that could be the one thing that Carrazza needs in order to have an opportunity to attack once again for the race lead. Let's have a look at it then. So we're coming through this double apex right-hander. This was last time around. Goes through into the right. Inestrosa carries on okay, and it just gets on the gas a bit too early.
And it's just so easy to do because that corner just entices you to roll more speed through the center than it really wants. And as the tires where you're leaning so heavily on the left rear and you're trying to get back to the throttle so early in that corner, even potentially before the apex, to just try and make this straightaway as long as you possibly can. We've seen that throughout the day. That's a very typical thing to see at Road Atlanta, especially on old tires, and it just bit him.
Karatsa starting to come back in towards that slipstream range, and again, what he's going to have to hope is that Inestrosa's tyres fall off an absolute cliff as we come through the final corner to start the final lap of racing here at Road Atlanta. It's Inestrosa that leads, but the tyres on his car are looking pretty second-hand. Karatsa's, they're okay, they're a little bit better in terms of their condition, and now is this going to be the chance for Karatsa to challenge for victory in the Toyota? 1.1 seconds it was across the line, and now 1 lap to go here.
It was about 2/10 right there. If Karatsa's got that pace in that race car, he's going to have to find it right now. See Inestrosa use a lot of the racetrack. It's another 2 or 3 tenths right there. If he's going to get there, he's going to try and make everything up through turn 6 and 7.
Inestrosa struggling. You could see him really pushing the front end, kicking up a bit of grass as it was just understeering like a shopping trolley there, just trying to get the car rotated, but he's got no front tyre left. Now Karatsa, he's in the slipstreaming range, and this is the last opportunity. Needs a clean exit out of here.
Got the power down well.
Inestrosa used the curb there on the outside. Karatsa's going to have the advantage of the slipstream. Then we come down the back straight. It's Porsche versus Toyota. It's Inestrosa versus Karatsa in the battle for victory. Inestrosa, though, has got great straight line speed in that Porsche. Karatsa closes up, but he's not quite close enough to make a move. Inestrosa defends his way into the braking zone quite nicely, parks the car on the apex, and Karatsa can't attack. And unless Inestrosa makes a mistake, as we come down to the final corner, into the final turn we go at Road Atlanta. Inestrosa versus Karatsa, Porsche versus Toyota, the victory, and Inestrosa wins the grand final in Gran Turismo World Series 3 here in Los Angeles. What a fantastic drive from the Chilean as Karatsa takes second best ahead of Samuel Cardinal. A brilliant grandstand finish to the checkered flag. What more could you want?
That was absolutely awesome. The tires falling off the Porsche, Karatsa and the Toyota making every move possible they could, nailing those corners, getting the draft, and they come together right there in the final corners. I've watched a lot of racing in my life. That was sensational.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant there. Angel Inestrosa takes victory in Gran Turismo World Series 3 here in LA for the Porsche team ahead of Adriano Karatsa. And you have to give it to Adriano Karatsa. That was an incredible drive over the course of that race. But ultimately, that mistake he made on the penultimate lap cost him a chance of victory.
And that's what Igor Fraga was saying up here when we had him up in the booth for a while.
Trophy
he just said
smiling.
It's the smallest little things, the smallest little mistakes that can hurt you when the field is this tight and so closely compacted, especially as we saw throughout this race, those battle trains essentially that occurred, and the field would sort of yo-yo effect and sort of compress back as the tires fell off. You could just sense that the pressure was ratcheting up, and he just made that small mistake that's so easy to do onto that long back straightaway. It's such an important corner, the most important corner on the racetrack, and sure enough, it was the reason that he wasn't able to get the win.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Brilliant, brilliant job from Angel Inestrosa. And let's not forget that he's a chap who has been through a lot of hardships over the last couple of years. Broke his leg a couple of years ago and had to go through a lot of recuperation, lot of recovery, and bounce back to return to the GT World Series after a very short recuperation period relative to the injury, and he now takes victory. Let's have a look, though, at some highlights from that race, because it was Noah Lanuza who started it on pole position, but Donovan Parker moving through to take an early lead in that Ferrari.
Yeah, used the pace of that Ferrari, especially the straight line speed and the draft, to get to the lead and sort of controlled the race for a while. This was Danny Solis making a big mistake. He was already at the back of the field, added insult to injury with that spin into the wall. Here's Karatsa going the inside, Lanuza down to 10. This was a sensational pass right here, made it into second, this setup, but then 3 wide, it got tense.
Yeah, 3 into 1 does not go, and Lanuza, the big loser in all of that. Unfortunately, 5th place it was for him at the checkered flag. There is Karatsa. This is when he came into the pits, and we saw other drivers blinking a bit earlier, including former race leader Donovan Parker, who then emerged into clear air, but the 2 or 3 laps that he pitted earlier compared to the other drivers ultimately cost him quite dearly, because though he would emerge into the race lead, as you can see, by 6.4 seconds, he had to then make a second pit stop and ultimately would drop down the field, eventually finishing P7. Meanwhile, the sharp end of this race, it became a great three-way tussle between Carrazza, Cardinal and Inestrosa. This is Carrazza coming under pressure here from Samuel Cardinal on the third but last lap. We then saw Carrazza all over the back of Angel Inestrosa as we made our way down through the final couple of corners. And ultimately, Angel Inestrosa came through to take victory, and you can see exactly what it meant for the Chilean.
It's awesome. Really great drive to hold them off, to play defensive like that as we
That
take a look
wide incident
at
was a
the
little
results.
SUS.
Inestrosa, they're just holding off Carrazza. Samuel Cardinal getting to third for Mazda, which was big for the points for them. Arthur Mosa Nunez there, and McLaren in fourth, and the AMG of Noah Lanuza, who was at the front, was part of that three-wide battle down into turn 10, got the short end of the stick on that one, ends up fifth.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there for Noah Lanuza, but a good recovery drive for him nonetheless. Only 6 seconds off the ultimate race lead after, you know, being in the gravel trap in the mid-stage of the race. That is a really, really strong recovery, and he should be very proud of his debut for the Mercedes AMG team. Harold Valson for Lexus. Lexus getting their first point of the Manufacturers' Cup after winning the title in 2024. Unbelievable. Anyway, Angel Inestrosa is the winner of the grand final. Let's go down and catch up with the Porsche driver.
Well, hi guys, how are you doing? That was...
Anything else happened?
Adriana, you're aggressive anyway, but that was like super aggressive, but there were a couple of little wobbles, but you kept it together. Like, what was going through your mind?
Yeah, I think at the final, I try my best. I have a little more tire than Inestrosa, so I try my last move, but yeah. But EP2 is okay. It's great to make points to the Toyota.
Well, if Super didn't slide, I think he would have passed.
I was have a chance to
entertaining race, that's for sure. Are you streaming Nations Cup as well?
Yeah, no, you got lots of points.
Yes, I am.
It's all good. And Samuel, how was that for you? Talk us through like the last few laps, because it was pretty crazy for us watching.
Last lap were tough. A bit early, yes I did.
I'll be here for
I
that.
had to do it, the Mazda's great on tires, I did what I had to do. Grandma blessed me, I guess. Much love to everyone, and you know, that race was needed, and the result was needed, and much love. Like,
it was tight all the way through. Didn't they do well, guys? I mean, come on, that was quite hectic, you know, and all it takes is one little thing. Everyone's so close together. You guys did amazing. Anything you want to say to the GT fans out there?
Well, it's great to be here, and it's a great crowd. I hope I see you at the final.
Samuel, you want to say anything to the GT fans? Huh? You want to say anything to the GT fans out there?
Thank you for your support, guys. I'm doing my best for my country, for Mazda. I think we can probably get a title this year, maybe. So thank you, everyone, again. And LA, I love you, man.
Oh, you guys are all in with the shot, so huge congratulations. That was a stellar race. Back up to you, Tom Parker.
Cheers, Jules. Let's have a look then at the World Series points rankings after 3 rounds now. Subaru, non-scoring, but still just by the skin of their teeth, managing to hold on to the lead of the championship. Mazda, though, managing to bump themselves up from 3rd to 2nd in the standings. BMW demoted down to 3rd. They're tied on points with Mazda, but yeah, not exactly where they'll have wanted to be. Porsche there now into 4th place. Toyota in 5th. Nissan into 6th position. And you can see it's a bit of a change at the bottom there as well, because Lexus getting their first point on the board. Well, I'll tell you what,
at 3 a.m. for me.
Randall Hayward will be wiping his brow somewhat. I beg
Is that too
not
late
Randall
for you,
Hayward. The driver, Danny Solis, will be wiping his brow somewhat for Team Subaru after a bit of a difficult day at the office.
Yeah, for sure. You come in as the 2-time winners of the season and then not score any points. A really tough race, messy race. End up having that spin, get in the wall, which really knocked him out of any point contention throughout that point. So that was really tough.
I might host lobby until then.
What a tight field here. 5th through 1st. It's all to play for.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It was an incredible race, that one. Well, let's go down then and catch up with the winner for Team Porsche. It was, of course, Angel Inestrosa. 4th, they now sit in the standings. Angel is down talking to Jules.
Well, hi, hello. You did so well. So that sounds like I'm your mum, but that's really cool. It's really nice to have you up here. Like, how are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling really good. Actually,
you should be. I mean,
exactly,
come on.
Yeah. After finishing last in Berlin, having a tough period, some personal stuff happening in my life. I told to all the Spanish guys, I'm gonna win in Los Angeles, and here I am.
I honestly think you've got to believe it's going to happen, or like it probably won't, you know. And like that was a tough race. That was really close all the way through. Like what were you thinking in terms of like strategy?
I just tried to save fuel. Sorry, no, not saving fuel, saving tires.
Tires?
Yeah, because I knew that you would have a really huge advantage in doing just one stop. So I think it really paid off. At the end, I think that Adriano had better tires than me, but I tried to defend and do everything I could.
I mean, you did, and Adriana was coming for you, but like, it was getting a little bit busy back there. But I mean, it just goes to show, like, obviously, you know, like Gran Turismo can be, you know, one time you win, sometime you, but it's. You tell them just to keep at it.
Yeah, I mean, it feels awesome to be back at the top of the podium. That's it.
It's always great to be at the top. Well, congratulations. Cheers.
Thank you.
Cheers. And well done. Back to you, Tom and Parker.
Yeah, cheers, Jules. Don't forget you can vote for your Dunlop driver of the day on YouTube as well. Is it Inestrosa? Is it Carrazza? Is it Cardinal? Well, I have to say, I don't know who I would pick from that one because they all performed valiantly.
I think Inestrosa. I know he's the winner, but I'd have to say that was an incredibly impressive drive, holding off Carrazza, who probably had the faster car at that point, the better tires. Yes, there was a small mistake, but the intensity down into turn 10, knowing he had the draft and approaching him and to hold him off to the final course, that was incredibly impressive.
Well, I'm glad that you decided to just go and pick somebody. I, meanwile, was sat on the fence so much I've already got splinters.
Yeah, no, you did a commentator say a lot without saying anything.
Yeah, I'd be a politician as a result of that. But yeah, really wonderful race there. Angel Inestrosa, you know, really holding his nerve at the end of that one. Shout out to Samuel Cardinal as well in that Mazda. We know that car's a little bit harder on its tyres. It's a front-engine rear-wheel drive car.
I'll probably view the stream on PS for a few seconds just to register the viewer's gift.
He did, and in a race where there was a lot of mistakes made, right? And you saw a lot of drivers make mistakes. We saw some altercations there. We saw 3 wide at one point. He sort of just ran his race, ran it effectively, and got the result that he was looking for in doing such a thing. And that's sometimes really tough. You know, if you get in these races and you see all the action happening and you want to be a part of it, it's tough to hold yourself back and think, if I just keep doing my race, I can get the result I want. He did that.
Absolutely, and obviously for a lot of the teams, especially the top 3 in particular, they're going to be now riding on the crest of the wave
I
as we
hope
go
we get
into
more
the
news
World
about
Finals
Spec
in
3 on
Open,
Nations
Yeah,
Cup.
definitely. And I just think how tight this championship is. It's amazing. It came in with really looking like it was Subaru and BMW, and now it's completely flipped where you have basically 5 manufacturers who have a chance to get the title.
Yeah, there's a great opportunity, as you say. You know, for Lexus, good to get them off the board. You know, for Subaru, as we say, they'll be wiping the sweat off their brow after that race. That was damage limitation. The fact they managed to hold on to the lead of the championship is quite remarkable.
It is amazing, you know, to have a result like that in such a tight championship in just a few races. You don't want to have any race, sort of a blow-up race, but that was in that case. And hey, look, now they know that they're in the first position. They're going to try and defend it the best they can, but it's going to be incredibly tough to do.
Absolutely. Well then, let's get ready then for the podium celebrations here in Los Angeles. Ready for the podium celebrations here in Los Angeles. Making their way off the stage in 3rd position. Give it up for Samuel Cardinal for Team Mazda. In 2nd place, please give it your all for the Brazilian, Adriano Carrazza for Team Toyota. And the winner of the Manufacturers' Cup for Gran Turismo World Series 3 here in Los Angeles, driving for Porsche, it's Angel Inestrosa! Now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to stand if you're able, please, for the national anthem of Germany.
gonna go drop a Solus. I mean, go to toilet, lol. OMG lol. LOLOL.
The national anthem of Germany plays out for our winning manufacturer, Porsche, the driver of which, of course, is Angel Enestrosa. And now it is time for the trophies to be presented here in Los Angeles. Make their way on to the stage. Presenting the third place trophy from Mazda, Jason Menden. And he awards that third place trophy to Samuel Cardinal for Team Mazda. Making their way onto the stage for the second place trophy, Nick Falzekis for Dunlop Tyres. And he awards the second place trophy to Adriano Carazza, the Brazilian driver, racing for Toyota. And now awarding the winner's trophy, the Gran Turismo Series producer, Kazunori Yamauchi, makes his way onto the stage as he presents the winner's trophy to Angel Enestrosa driving for Porsche. I can't hear anything.
David Nixon, if you make IT to the WS, you will need to request to play in VR.
Wow, yes, that is the end of round 3 of the Manufacturers' Cup. It's been some amazing racing today. We've fully enjoyed it, but stick around because in our next show, we're going to be announcing the winner of the GT Awards. That's right, one lucky fan is going to have their car put into the game. I mean, that is a legacy that I'm very... But you don't want my car. That would not be good. No. But also, obviously, we've got our World Final coming soon in Fukuoka, so don't forget you can get your tickets. I mean, you always need a good reason to go to Japan, and this is a great reason to go to Japan. Come and join us for the Grand Final. It's going to be amazing racing, of course, because it's the best. And of course, we've got the Nations Cup coming up just after this. And before we go, how was that for you? First time?
Awesome. I had a great time. What a battle to the end, right down to the wire. Those two drivers bumping into each other. We saw 3 wide altercations, but an incredible finish. As I said earlier, I've seen a lot of racing. That was amazing.
We love a bit of spice here at Gran Turismo, don't we? A little bit of spice. How's that for you, Tom?
Very good.
How was new Jimmy?
Oh, I know. Someone who's the right height for once. What an absolute... It's only taken 8 years.
That's your takeaway from working with Jimmy.
No new Jimmy here. Couldn't fill those shoes.
Honestly, though, in terms of the racing, brilliant. Great for Angel Enestrosa after all the hardship he's been through on a personal level. Amazing job.
Carazza,
yeah,
kept
phenomenal.
it together, kept it aggressive. It was some pretty great racing.
It was amazing. I
Thank
just
you
love that. I
everyone
love
for
how
watching
close the
the
racing
US.
is. It's so fun to
We
watch.
will host a
This great
friendly
crowd.
open
Thank you all
lobby
for
for
coming out.
anyone
This has
who
been
wants
really
to
cool.
join, then
We
come back to
appreciate
the
it. I can't
Nations
wait
Cup
to
at 10 p.m.
Well,
Yes.
don't go anywhere because we're going to have the Nations Cup coming up very, very soon. We need to find out who's going to be in really good footing for that Grand Final in Fukuoka very, very soon. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon. Bye.
PlayStation
ご一緒いただいた皆様、ありがとうございました。ネーションズまでオープンロビーを開きます。その後、午後12時にネーションズカップに戻ってください。
Thanks for streaming GT7_Logitech. Yup man. We'll be back for the nation's thanks for kicking with US. GT7_Logitech Y1 Fanfst car. I know as much as you do, my friend. Thanks for hanging out with US. Come back for the nations if you'd like. See you soon. They should expand to 3 Fan Fest cars selection. Logitech. Restroom break for me too, then grab a drink, BRB.
リオラップ4いいタイムだったね。
Hey. Hey. That was a long bathroom break for you, lol JK. Blame Solus, lol.
なんとかですね。早い人いるとなぜか焦りますよ。
lol. You bitter about Solus, lol.
今日はいつもより調子が上がらないなあ。わら。じゃあ調子に乗っていこう。乗ってみたいですね。わら。本当だね。
We will get ready for the Nations Cup stream after this race. Thank you.
「このレースの後ネーションズカップ配信へ向かいます」リオ、いくつかヒントがあるから、このレースのリプレイを保存しておいて。 した。大丈夫ですよ。タイヤを縦に使うことを意識して走ってみようか。はい。だいぶ修正舵を当てて走っているようだから、まっすぐってことですよね。車の向きをしっかり変えて。やって気がしますよ。スピードゲージの上に左右に動く赤い点があるでしょ。ありますね。最後のレースのリプレイを見て、自分の赤点の動きと、としきみの動きを比べてごらん。さっきのレースのトップさんの全員見てみるといいよ。わかりました。
And just like that, we're back.
コーナー中に赤点5そんなに左右に動いていないから。
Yup, we back.
タイヤをぐいぐい横に使って走っている感じがするから。なるほどです。オッケー。
We're back. I would love to see Zero and Wind race next year. This Supra and RX-7 would sell for if you had them at 0 mile.
Igor's not here, what do you want to do?
Let's go. Probably somewhere over 1 million LOL. I wondered how to race starting at 0 miles without breaking
Hello
the
and welcome
engine
to the
at all.
Gran Turismo World Series coming
Let's
to you
go.
live from Los Angeles.
Now, we are in the midst of FanFest, which is like this huge just celebration of everything automotive. But these particular cars are super cool because these are just regular Joes
cheering
who brought
on
down
fellow
their
Canadian
babies in
Sam
the hopes that they're
Cardinal
going to
this
win
time.
the GT award and get put in the game. You might be playing one of these cars, and we're going to find out which one later. Now, let's not forget the main reason we're here, which is the Nations Cup. We need to know if Serrano's going to take it 3 for 3. I need to know, you need to know. Let's find out.
Gotta be proud of him.
Yes, we are here inside the beautiful Orpheum Theatre in Los Angeles with, I've got to say, one of our best crowds ever. You guys are well up for it. We are loving it here. The energy is fantastic. And of course, it's the Nations Cup. There's so much greatness to come. But before we get into all of that, why don't we take a quick look at a lovely little campaign for you.
Forget that you can get involved with the World Series inside Gran Turismo 7 with the bonus campaign. Just click on the Winners Campaign banner on the GT7 world map, and that's going to give you the chance to win 1 million credits for each of the Nations Cup and the Manufacturers Cup by predicting who's going to win. Just think of all the stuff you could buy with that. Don't forget that you can enter and vote right up until the start of each grand final. Good luck. Watch the World Series broadcast through your GT7 game, and you'll unlock some special in-game rewards through the Viewers Campaign. Watch the Nations Cup live stream and you could win a Mazda RX-7 GTX 90. Everyone likes free stuff, myself included. And here's your chance to grab some.
Now, I know you guys are super excited to find out more about this Spec 3 update that is coming very, very soon. So why don't we take a little sneaky peek at the Yas Marina track?
Spec 3. Cannot wait.
So I'm here with, well, Igor Fraga. I mean, have you ever watched a Gran Turismo World Series? If you don't know who he is, Igor, you got a chance to drive on this track. Like, what are some of your thoughts?
Yeah, so yesterday I had a little bit of time to play in the track. The track looks really good, especially at the nighttime. The immersion that you have playing that track, it's very intense. And also the track is very technical, have a lot of room to do overtakes and stuff, and I think it's going to be great for racing as well.
I mean, it looks pretty good, right? I mean, come on, guys, you can do better than that. It looks pretty good, right? It's the blood, sweat, and tears of Polyphony. Give them a bit of. So also for Spec 3 as well, we've got like this new data logging feature. So maybe you want to explain a little bit about that so they can get an idea of what it is.
Yeah, so the data logging stuff, it's what we use also in real life as well. So in the Gran Turismo, now we have only the replay to compare against the other drivers, and now we'll have the data logging that we can really look into details of driving. And I think you can make your time more value, I would say. Like instead of trying in the your driving and see that on the track, you can like actually compare to the other driver on the data and see like what's the difference it is.
Oh, so they don't want to know what other drivers are doing. It's just about. No, I'm just kidding. Of course you do, right? You're a little bit competitive.
Yeah, so we kind of expecting the World Final to be more competitive with these two, I guess.
It's good. Well, I mean, it was already, we did get like a little bit kind of nerdy into the stats, but this is like another level of nerdy statting, which I can see you probably like.
Yeah, we kind of love that, I guess.
Well, you definitely love it.
Yeah, I love it, yeah.
Well, it's going to be amazing. You guys excited to drive it? We are so excited to see you on track as well. So big thank you to Igor for coming in and chatting to us.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
It's weird if you're not here.
Yeah,
I know you have to like drive real cars or whatever, but like, come on.
No, the thing is, like, I'm here, being here in the competition, watching all the drivers compete. Like, I want to drive it to on a race against them.
Well,
they're the best in the world. Like, I want to challenge myself against them.
Oh, I had to go to Super Formula. well, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right, well, it's a pleasure to have you here,
Thank you.
We're going to have a little bit of a recap to keep you up to date of everything that happened in Berlin.
Gran Turismo World Series 2 for the Nations Cup. We drive to the line here at the Red Bull Ring. Weather in play and 30 laps of action to come.
Just as Gallo comes under attack from Ura on the inside, Serrano's going to follow him through. They come two at a time to the Spaniards, and there goes Ura. Can Serrano make it through as well, using the draft of Ura, who pulls across to help his compatriot?
Drumont's going to defend this line, surely, to the inside and force Serrano to the outside. You can make a move stick through there. He needs a good grip under braking and a willing dance partner. Drumont tries to squeeze him. Serrano's there, but he gets a face full of curb as Drumont holds the line for second and holds on for now. Serrano's going to drive by like he's left the handbrake on. There's contact as they come through the exit of the right-hander. Serrano there with the inside line, and now the lead of the race for the first time, and he's got 6 laps separating him from his second victory in succession. Serrano leads, but Ura's got the inside line here on Kaidebrun in the middle sector. Can he make it stick through into the left-hander? He can, and Gallo's there as well. De Bruyne loses 2 places. Jose Serrano makes it 2 wins from 2 races in the Nations Cup here in Berlin. What a performance from the Spaniard. Second place for Valerio Gallo, and P3 for Kaidebrun.
It's now time to meet the 12 drivers that will be lining up on the grid. Please welcome, first of all, from Chile, it's Angel Inestrosa. Angel is a 5-time winner of the Gran Turismo World Series events. Over 54 starts, a win ratio of 9.3%. Could he add to that tally here tonight and get off the bottom of the scoreboard? Next up, from Canada, give it your all for Samuel Cardinal. It's Samuel's first season in the Gran Turismo World Series as he makes his way onto the stage here in Los Angeles to a rapturous applause from the crowd. Next up, give it your all for Guy Barbara from Australia. Guy qualified for the Nations Cup for his 2nd season in succession, and he's held in very high esteem amongst the Gran Turismo competitors. He'll be looking to try and add to a points tally here tonight. Next up from Brazil, it's Adriano Carrazza. Adriano's a 2-time winner of Gran Turismo World Series events in the past. He's been in this championship for pretty much as long as everybody else, and he knows how to compete at the sharp end of the field. Next up from France, it's Thomas Le Boutelet. It's Thomas's 4th year competing in the Nations Cup. 2 wins he's had in that time. Could he go and make it a 3rd here tonight? Next up, the 2022 Manufacturers' Cup champion from France, it's Kylian Drumont. Kylian now in his 3rd season competing in the Gran Turismo World Series. He knows a thing or two about how to keep it at the sharp end of the field and would love to add to his 2 points tally over the course of the 2025 season. Next up from Japan, it's Takuma Miyazono. He's a legend of the world of Gran Turismo, a 4-time champion, 17 wins over the course of his career. And he will be looking to try and add to that tally here tonight and add to his points total so far this season. Next up from the Netherlands, give it up for Kaidebrun. Kai got his first podium in his Gran Turismo World Series career last time out in Berlin. He loves the Red Bull H 2019s that they'll be piloting tonight as well. So let's see how well he'll get on. From Japan, give it up for Takuma Sasaki. Takuma is a 2-time winner in the Gran Turismo World Series over the course of 20 starts that he's made in these championships. And you can see he's very much a fan favourite as well. Next up, 2023 Nations Cup champion from Spain, it's Pol Ura. Pol was part of the outfit when the Nations Cup was a teams championship back in 2023. 1/3 of the drivers that won the title in that year. From Italy, give it up for Valerio Gallo, the 2021 Nations Cup World Champion. He currently sits second in the points rankings. And again, would love to add to that accolade this season with another title under his belt. And last but very not least, please give me your all for Spain's Jose Serrano. He's a two-time winner in the Gran Turismo World Series alone in 2025. He's a former world champion as part of the Spanish team that won the Nations Cup back in 2023 as well. And as you can tell, he knows how to keep it at the sharp end. Let's see how he will fare against the Los Angeles crowd here today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please stand if you're able for the national anthem of our host nation in the United States.
リバリーありがとうございました。リオさん、こんにちは。とても気に入ってます。
Ref, what the heck is a kilometer? OMG fan. LOL.
また、作って欲しい車のリバリーがあったら作りますよ。
LOLOL.
気遣いありがとうございます。
Yeah, so we have got two races for you today. We have got the sprint race, which is just about to come up, and then we will have the grand final. These are the best of the best here to compete. Every single point is going to count because it's going to be even hotter by the time we get to Fukuoka. Who are some of your favorites then? Give me some names. Who are you rooting for? Everyone here has got their favorite and there's everything to play for. These guys, this is the moment. It can all crumble or it can all go your way. Let's see how it's going to go down. Here's the comp format.
Best 12 drivers in the world from the 2025 online qualifiers. 9 countries are participating in the Nations Cup World Series this season. Spain, France and Japan are the most represented countries with 2 drivers each. All of the drivers will get the chance to set a time over a one-lap attack to determine the grid for the sprint race. In the sprint, drivers will get behind the wheel of the Chaparral 2J70, and how well they perform will determine their spot for the start of the grand final. All 12 drivers will battle it out in the grand final, with only the top 6 securing World Series points. On top of getting 6 points, first place gets a shiny trophy and is declared the winner of round 3 in the Nations Cup World Series 2025.
Well, let's have a look at the World Series points rankings in the Nations Cup. After 2 rounds in 2025, you can see it's Jose Serrano who's got a clean sweep at the top of the order. He has a 3-point advantage there over Valerio Gallo. Paul Ura there in 3rd position as well. Great start to his season, but it sort of tailed off in Berlin after an incorrect strategy call. Sasaki, De Bruyne, Miyazono and Drummond are the last of the point scorers. Labusole, Cardinal, Barbara, Ines Rosa and Adriana Carrazza yet to get off of the bottom of the blocks. Could this be their evening here tonight? Welcome to the GT desk for the first time in the Nations Cup, and welcome also to Parker Kligerman once again. Well, Parker, it's great to have you here. We saw some brilliant action in the Manufacturers' Cup a couple of hours ago. More of the same for the nation.
It was absolutely awesome. Incredible finish, and I just love this Gran Turismo racing. It's incredibly close. You don't know who's going to win until that final lap. It feels like in almost every race. The Manufacturers' Cup was amazing. I can't wait for this one.
No, I'm really, really excited about it. And, of course, unlike the Manufacturers' Cup we had a couple of hours ago, the Nations Cup doesn't have the same 12 drivers, or it has the same 12 drivers, rather than, of course, in the Manufacturers' Cup, where you've got different from 12 drivers over the course of the event. So you can see here is how they qualified as part of the online qualifying season at the start of the year. So you've got drivers from North America, Central, South America, Asia, Oceania, as well as the EMEA regions as well. So yeah, really, really exciting. And also, of course, for the drivers, good to have some consistency and a chance to maybe right the wrongs when things haven't gone their way. I'm thinking of the likes of Paul Ura, started this season off really, really strongly, and then in Berlin, it just didn't go his way at all.
Well, how do you beat Jose Serrano right now? He's absolutely on fire. Reminds me a bit of another Spaniard who's dominating a racing series. Alex Palou dominating IndyCar right now. It seems to be something coming out of Spain these days in terms of being just at the top of your game, no matter what you're racing. But he's obviously been amazing, and you've got to find, every one of these competitors got to find something if they want to beat him.
No doubt about it. You can see the World Finals take place at the sort of middle of December, right before Christmas. We go to Fukuoka in Japan. Scan the QR code on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Tickets are available. They're on sale now. We would love to see you there. And hey, why not stay out for Christmas in Japan as well whilst you're at it? It's a wonderful place to go, and we're really excited to see how the championships are going to ebb and flow and evolve over the course of not only that weekend, but also here this weekend in LA as well. There is some really exciting action to come. And of course, 2 races with 2 different sets of circumstances, different circuits, different cars, and that's a big challenge, unlike what we had in manufacturers.
Entirely different strategy amongst these 2 races. So yeah, we get 2 opportunities to see how close they're going to race, to have a great finish, to have something really exciting happen. And you couldn't have 2 more different cars from different eras, except for the first one we'll be in is kind of an ancestor to the Red Bull X 2019.
Absolutely. Well, let's have a look at the qualifying, which took place earlier on today. So you can see this is the one-lap attack qualifying session at the Daytona road course, racing soft tyres, and of course only one opportunity to set a flying lap. So if you get it wrong, well, that's your day done and dusted. And well, there are the drivers out on track at the moment. You can see this fearsome Le Mans chicane threading the eye of a needle in a GT3 car, let alone an X2019.
Well, the X2019, you barely check up for it and just sort of turn in and then back to the throttle and hope that you've timed it all perfectly. Then as you go through the banking here, the NASCAR banking, you're trying to just limit the track distance as much as you can. You see kind of ruin, go to the top of the board there, and then down to this fast turn 1, you have to get hard on the brakes.
You see Kai de Bruyne there setting the fastest time in qualifying. Great lap time from the Dutchman, continuing really the progress that he made when he got onto the podium last time out at Berlin. This was Jose Serrano's attempt to try to thwart that, 3rd quickest for the championship leader. Not a bad starting position for him, and he seemed okay with it, but you can see Kai de Bruyne absolutely delighted with that, right in the crest of a wave. But it's amazing what a little bit of confidence can really do for you, because as you can see, he is now very much at the sharp end of the field by 1/10 of a second over Kylian Drumont.
And confidence, as we say in racing, there's 2 currencies. There's money and there's confidence. And confidence is sometimes even better for a race car driver, because it's just a thing that creates performance. It creates great decision making, and ultimately it leads to having great speed. And that's what Kai de Bruyne had here in qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's qualifying. Of course, different set of circumstances, though, to the sprint race, which is coming along the way in a couple of moments' time. We move over from the Red Bull X 2019s. We go to the Chaparral 2J, a racing car from the 1970s, which is unlike any car that I've seen before or since, to be honest.
Yeah, because every other race series banned it after it came about. It's a fan car. It literally has a fan that sucks the air from underneath it to suck it to the ground. It's one of the most unique race cars I've ever seen, and it was kind of the birth of modern underbody aerodynamics.
Yeah, we got the Watkins Glen long course as well, so very different circuit, very different layouts than what you've got at Daytona. And you can see 13 laps. So this race essentially is to decide the grid for the grand final. So if you haven't qualified that well in the session which we saw in the X2019s a few moments ago, you have got a chance to right the wrongs, but it's not going to be an easy task for these drivers, and especially in a car that's, I can imagine, not going to be a particularly easy one on the limit.
No, it's not, and we saw them in practice all over the racetrack with this car, because it's tough to put the power down. You know, in this era, in 1970, the tires weren't the best, so it doesn't have the best mechanical grip. It's trying to achieve all that grip via aerodynamics. That means in some of the slower corners, it's tough. It's a hard one to hold on to.
A reminder of the starting grid, as you can see there. So Kai de Bruyne will line it up on pole position. Kylian Drumont on the front row alongside him. Then it's Jose Serrano and Helena Stroza on the second row. Gallo and Sasaki are on row 3. And then Paul Ura ahead of the 4-time former champion, Takuma Miyazono. He's in front of Cardinal, Guy Barbara, etc., so on and so forth. And now the competitors are getting themselves ready and psyched up. Of course, I suppose the one advantage to the fact that we've got the same 12 competitors over the course of this season in the Nations Cup is they're all sort of getting used to each other's racecraft a bit more.
And that's really more normal for a racing series. As you go through the season, you race against those competitors, you start to find what makes them good in certain areas, what areas that maybe they struggle and you think you can take advantage of. And as you go through the course of a season, that's the sort of things that great race car drivers utilize to their advantage. That's what these drivers are going to do here tonight.
Yeah, no doubt about it then. Let's get ready then to go for the sprint race here at LA. The drivers then on the circuit, ready to go for the sprint race here in the Nations Cup. This is going to be hugely exciting to determine the grid for the grand final. Kai de Bruyne lines it up on pole position. Alongside him on the front row is Kilian Drumont. Then next up on the head of row 2 is Jose Serrano, and he has got Angel Enestrosa for company alongside. Then it is Valerio Gallo. He's P5 on the grid, the Italian driver, just in front of Takuma Sasaki. Next up, Pol Ura, man who's needs to turn his fortunes around after a difficult Berlin with Takuma Miyazono alongside. Completing the top 10 is Canada's Samuel Cardinal with Guy Barbara for company. And then next up, you've got Adriano Carrazza in P11. And completing the grid is Thomas Labusle, who had some problems in qualifying. He was some 3 seconds off the pace. Now, this being a sprint race, no need to worry about tyres, no need to worry about fuel. It is flat out from lights out to the checkered flag, and it's anybody's guess as to how this will work out.
And it all starts down to turn 1, a downhill braking zone into turn 1. You'll use all the runoff that you possibly can over the curb on the exit, but then it sets up a long back straightaway here on the Watkins Glen long course. One of those beautiful racetracks in all of North America. Historic, it's a beautiful place to be, and it's an awesome place to race. Super high speed.
Yeah, no doubt about it. What about Kilian Drumont? What can he do there on the far right-hand side of your picture? Currently 7th in the standings with just 2 points on the board so far this season. Good opportunity for him to try and turn things around. Likewise, there is Takuma Miyazono. He's currently P5 with just 4 points out of a possible 12 he could have scored so far this season. Their opportunity really does knock for some drivers, and this is the first test of things because, as we said, this will determine that grid for the grand final. We're ready to go racing, though, for the sprint race of the Nations Cup here in LA as we get racing underway at Watkins Glen, and Kai de Bruyne leads the field across the timing line and down towards the first corner. Drumont, Serrano, Enestrosa all in tow behind. Into turn 1, it's not a particularly heavy braking zone, so no dive bomb moves into there. You've got to set it up quite nicely, though, as we then begin to start opening up the lap, and now we'll see the drivers following in the slipstream behind, just waiting for that right opportunity to try and pounce.
And as you go through those S's, as you're following our driver, you can lose the sight a little bit, so you got to make sure you're hitting your marks correctly as we go here into the chicane a little bit. And this is a barely slow down with the grip that this thing makes here. Then as we head towards the boot, down into the extended portion of the Watkins Glen course, it starts to get into some real flowing corners.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You can see Kilian Drumont all over the back of Kai de Bruyne. As we come through this left-hander here, you can hear the tyres chirruping in pain as we come down in towards the final part of this lap. A long, lazy hairpin as we come through there, and you're just waiting and waiting and waiting to get on the power as we blast it on to the start-finish straight. You've got to be a bit careful about taking too many liberties through there. You run it wide, you'll end up with the curb on the outside, possibly the wall as well. Now, here's Kai de Bruyne, and he's in a bit of a disadvantage because, of course, he doesn't have a slipstream. He's the one in front, punching the hole in the air. Kilian Drumont has got the advantage of that slipstream. Can he use it to his benefit, though?
Going through turn 9, one of the slowest corners on the entire racetrack right there. Then head towards turn 10, a quick left-hander that sets up in the final corner back on the front straightaway. And you can see how flowing this race course is. You don't slow down often. That makes passing hard. You're going to try and pass into turn 1 as we head down towards that. Or it was back there, turn 7. Drumont goes all the way to the outside here. Can he get there? Not quite, just showing his nose a little bit, but that's the thing. You're going to try, if you can, get a good run off the final corner to get to the inside into turn 1.
Well, that's an interesting one, isn't it? Because he didn't have a particularly bad run off the final corner for Kilian Drumont there, but you can see there, it's left him a little bit vulnerable here to the attack of Jose Serrano and for Angel Enestrosa. But the slipstream, it's effective, but it's clearly not that effective to just blast past. It's not a particularly long straight, is it? Kilian Drumont sort of moves out as we come in towards this bus stop chicane. They ride the curb over there, and you can see the car sort of chirruping over the curbs there. Looks relatively compliant.
And when you hit those curves, in real life, it knocks your head around in the car and it sort of disorients you a little bit. Here, you're just trying to use every bit of racetrack that you can get away without going over track limits through that section. And now you head down towards turn 7 here, the toe of what we call the boot at the Watkins Glen long course. So it looks a bit like a boot in some respects. And now headed to what I think is the other passing zone down into turn 8, the heel of the boot.
If that's a boot, what shape are your feet? So that's what I want.
Well, I don't know. It's what they call it. They've called it forever, as long as I've ever gone there. I'm not really sure. I've looked at it. It sort of looks like a boot, maybe.
Yeah, okay, if you look at it with your eyes closed, maybe.
Yeah, okay.
Sasaki versus Miyazono, side by side through this left-hander. The two Japanese drivers giving absolutely no quarter at all here. Miyazono looking to try and repay the favour there on Takuma Sasaki, who's dropped down from 7th to 6th place rather to 7th place from where he started. So he's lost 1 position, possibly set to lose 2, maybe even 3, because Guy Barbara is right in the wheel tracks of the two Japanese drivers. Miyazono pulls to the inside, but has got the advantage. Guy Barbara with an 8 lunge. That's a bit aggressive and a bit of a mistake, I feel, that he tried to turn into an overtake. He was just a bit of a day late and $1 short on the brakes there. Thankfully, he managed to avoid any serious contact.
And the problem with that move is that when you try to go to the inside there into turn 1, we're seeing a battle for the lead. Drumont's down to the inside.
We're going to be 3 wide here.
Oh, yeah, this is tight.
Drumont then, it is through into the lead ahead of Jose Serrano. Oh, someone's well off in the back. That's Gallo, who's entered into a different postcode by the looks of things. He fired himself off into the barrier right down the order, and that is pretty much a disaster there for Valerio Gallo, because that's going to give him the mother and father of jobs to do going into that grand final from the back.
Got a real tall task to make that back up, and that can happen down there when you get side by side into the bus stop chicane. Something's got to give. You've got to get single file before you turn in, or you leave yourself at risk of firing off to the outside like he did there.
So Drummond it is that leads, Serrano in second, Inestrosa in third, and that's the thing you can see in this race. One mistake and you are going to be so punished so heavily, because you could lose not only time but also 3, maybe 4 places potentially if you run it a little bit wide in a certain corner, or you make a mistake and you end up firing it off into the barrier like Valerio Gallo. You can get even worse than that, to be honest with you.
Right, and now as they go through here to the second final corner and into the final corner, you want to make sure you get the best run you can out of here to not leave yourself vulnerable into turn 1. And we saw it earlier, if you go to the inside, you run the risk of getting a bad exit. That leads onto the long back straightaway, which is basically through the S's flat out, and therefore you're giving up loads of time if you go to the inside here and don't complete the pass.
Inestrosa was having a look to the inside there of Jose Serrano down to the first corner. Nothing doing for him on that occasion, but Drummond now is in the lead of this one, and you wonder if he will be able to pull out an advantage, but it's so difficult to do so. As you can see, he's just a couple of tenths in front of Jose Serrano. Serrano looking to try and attack as they come in towards the bus stop, which you can make a move through there, but it's not the easiest part of the circuit to do so. You can see it's very tight, very narrow in particular, and you have to ride a lot of curbs. If you make a bit of a meal of it, you'll see what happened to Valerio Gallo, where you end up facing the scenery. Let's have a look at what happened then. So we're here with Kai de Brunza. He made a bit of a mistake through the first couple of corners.
Got a little wide there on the X of the S's, and once you do that, it leaves you completely vulnerable down here. He gets overtaken by 3 cars from that mistake, because that's basically a straightaway. When you leave turn 1 all the way to the bus stop, you've got to treat it like a straightaway. Any check up in your speed, you're going to pay the price.
Jose Serrano was threading the eye of a needle through there. He's going to try and get 2 places for the price of 1. Meanwhile, Jura here versus Kai de Brun. They're banging sort of bodywork there as they come through the right-hander, and side by side they sit still between the two of them. De Brun's lost 4 places from where he started. He was on pole position, if you remember, and he's on a trajectory that's seeing him go backwards in this race. He tries to retaliate on the attack against Pol Jura, but that might leave him vulnerable to the charge of Sasaki and Miyazono, who are right in his wheel tracks here.
That was very messy in some respects, but Pol Jura was able to make it work to his advantage. He got very loose there out of 8, then towards 9 was able to gather up, was played defensive and held on to the spot as they head down to turn 1.
Yeah, through that first corner we go. Lap 5 out of 13. Still plenty of time left in this race for the complexion of it to change. Angel Inestrosa kept his powder pretty dry over the course of the first portion of this race for now. And you can see as we make our way through this right-hander. I just had a look at the tyre usage requirement, and we are actually going to require a pit stop in this race, so that's a bit of a unique thing.
But you don't need to change a set of tires. You can, but it adds 6 seconds to the pit stop essentially, so it's a mandatory pit stop, but you don't have to change tires.
Right, interesting. So that's going to make things particularly exciting, one would imagine there, because say if you don't change your tyres, then obviously you're going to gain a bit of time in terms of track position then, in theory. Let's have a look at what happened to Valerio Gallo while we're figuring all that out. Oh, he just got a bit too much curve. Yeah, a bit too much curve on the inside, and that just sent him straight to the scene of the crash, basically, on the barrier. So an unforced error for Valerio Gallo there, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll see how the strategy for the pits is going to work out for this one, as Kilian Drummond has got Jose Serrano and Angel Estrosza still very close for company behind. But I have to say, they're being all pretty well behaved at this point.
Yeah, but Serrano keeps looking to the inside, occasionally down into turn one, just sort of peeking that nose out a little bit. Once again, sending a message. We saw this in the Manufacturers' Cup earlier tonight. Drivers who are just trying to show that, hey, I'm here, I can make this move if I want to, but I'm choosing not to at this time. We're almost working together to try and maximize lap time at this time.
Okay, so we have to make one pit stop then in this race. It's mandatory, but you don't have to change tyres. Laboutelet's decided to do that at the end of lap 5, the beginning of lap 6. I was just about to ask, how do you decide when to make those pit stops here? And you know, how does your strategy work out? Do you decide to get it out of the way early and hope that you get a bit of clear air? Because if that doesn't work out and you end up right on the back of somebody, it could cost you time and then ultimately cost you the position that you were fighting for pre-pit stop.
I assume some of the mid-pack would probably be the first to pit road for that exact reason, getting the clear air, start to rip some really fast lap times, whereas these leaders here who sort of find themselves getting away from the mid-pack are going to utilize this time to feel like they're drafting, they're making up some good lap time at this point, as long as the tires hold on.
Look at Jose Serrano, he's all over the back of Kilian Drummond like a cheap suit here as we come through this left-hander. Just no room for him to use that extra momentum that he's got. And to be honest, I don't think he's particularly that bothered at this point. We're only at the halfway stage now of this race. There's so much time for him to think about where he's going to be making those moves. And you don't want to do anything too rash because it can cost you a lot more than you'd be set to gain.
He got pretty sideways there out of turn 8, so just managing the rear tires. You're starting to see them sort of give out a little bit sort of wear at this point in time. This car really hurts those rear tires for sure, especially out of here, is that you're just putting a lot of energy and stress through that right rear tire. You see Jose Serrano get a little bit sideways as he exit.
That's a shame for Paul Ura. He's picked up a 1-second penalty for colliding with another car. That's going to drop him down behind De Bruyne for certain, possibly behind Sasaki. Let's have a look at the battle though for the lead as they all come and filter into the pit lane. I thought that might be the case. It's a case of follow the leader. One blinks, they all blink because they just want to maintain track position. They're sort of forcing their hand really there, aren't they?
Yeah, you're basically saying, hey, we're all just going to do this in lockstep and now try to race it out on the racetrack, not trying to use a different strategy at that point and thinking this is probably the fastest time to do this race.
Can Laboutelet and Gallo try and take profit? Because they pitted a bit earlier on in this one. As you can see, nobody's changing tyres in particular there. As you can see, they're staying on the soft tyres. Not really much point about it. Out of the pit lane we go. Let's have a look at Laboutelet. Where's he emerging? Because he's at racing speed and his tyres, of course, will be up to temperature. They won't have dropped off. So he's now back in the race and he's in 8th position. So it's worked out okay there for Thomas Laboutelet. He's right in the thick of the action. He'll be there ready to try and take profit. Meanwhile, at the sharp end of this one, Serrano versus Drummond. We come down in towards this chicane. Serrano's got the inside line. He's got track position. And now he's got P2. Lovely stuff.
Really nice pass. That was beautiful down there into the bus stop. Drummond played it correctly. You got to just give and take a little bit down in that corner. Going side by side just slows you up so much, especially at this point of the race. Out of the pits, you just want to try and maximize lap time. You don't want to give anything up.
Yeah, it's worked really nicely here for Angel Estrosza. He's now in the lead of this race by 4 seconds. As you can see, he's got a nice comfortable cushion. He's made his mandatory pit stop and he's cleared off into the distance. Ura's about to serve that 1-second penalty, but given how close the field is out on track, so actually the drivers did change tyres in that one. I wonder whether they would or they wouldn't. So in Estrosza, that's why he's now in the lead.
The only one.
Yeah, he's the only one who didn't change the tyres, and that's going to leave him quite vulnerable, you would imagine, because what, 4 seconds? It's an advantage, but it's not exactly insurmountable.
Let's see. We'll see if that plays out for them. This is just different strategies that we have seen here before in terms of the Gran Turismo World Series, trying to utilize these different rules to your advantage. We'll see if Jose Serrano's got the speed to start and run him down. Right now, just looking at Estrosza's tires, they're not terrible considering the amount of laps that he has on them, but it's going to be about maximizing his lap time right now.
On board here with Takuma Miyazono, P6 for the Japanese driver at the moment, down the start-finish straight and in towards the first turn. Nice and neat and tidy for him. Cardinals just serving, lost the position there to Valerio Gallo, who's trying to fight back after that earlier trip to the barrier. Ura with that penalty dropped down to 7th position, but he's only about a second or so off, so he's still pretty much within slipstream range. If he can put together a couple of clean laps, he might be able to get himself onto the back of Takuma Miyazono. The win probably is going to be a little bit out of question, but we'll see how it works out for him. Meanwhile, in Estrosza and Serrano, the gap now from 3.7 seconds down to just 3 3 seconds. So that's nearly a second or so that the prevailing field have managed to close up over the course of this lap. Might leave Inestrosa, and probably will leave him quite vulnerable at the end of this one.
It's going to come down to can he block? Can he block? How's it going to time out? Most likely, just looking at the timing here, they are definitely going to catch him with at least a lap, maybe 2 or so to go.
Polyura and Thomas Labousse under investigation for a collision there as well. So we'll see how that one has all worked out. They're in 7th and 8th place there, respectively. Ura in front of Labousse. So obviously they came to blows at some point out on the circuit over the course of the last lap, and we'll see whether the stewards decide to hit them with a penalty.
And one thing Jose Serrano's liking is behind him as he's gapping there to Drummond a little bit as he continues to increase that gap. That's going to give him options when he catches Inestrosa to have some options to not have to protect at the same time that he's trying to be on offense when he's trying to get by Inestrosa. So as he continues to gap the drivers behind him, that's helping him out. It's hurting Inestrosa. He would hope that they would get to them and be racing each other closely.
Just to give you an idea of the difference in pace, we can see the gaps now come down to 1.6 seconds between Inestrosa and Serrano. Last time around for Inestrosa a 1:31.3, Serrano a 1:29.6. So getting on for near enough 2 seconds faster than the leader. It is a case of when and not if. With 3.5 laps remaining of this one, Inestrosa is going to be a bit of a sitting duck in this race. I mean, he's made 3 positions up from where he qualified, which is great news for him, but you can see how close the field is, and also all the drivers, as we know, they're all on fresh soft tyres, so it's now a case of damage limitation here for Angel Inestrosa.
He's running for his life right now. For everything he's got, he's pushing as hard as he can to try and just continue to keep this gap as much as he can. He knows Jose Serrano's going to get there, but the question is, when he does he choose to sort of just let him go and try to maximize the time loss here instead of trying to hold him off and sort of slow him up and allow Drummond and the cars behind to get to him there? That's going to be a choice he's going to have to make and almost time this out when Jose Serrano gets to him.
So then, through the left-hander we go in towards the final couple of corners on this circuit. Serrano sitting there in 2nd position. Inestrosa in the lead of this race now down to half a second. So Serrano is going to be right on his gearbox through this final corner, and you would imagine planning a move down in towards the first turn as well. On board we ride here with then Jose Serrano. He's got the advantage of the slipstream. He'll have a lot more grip under braking there as well. He doesn't decide to lunge it down into T1. It's a risky one there because you can see it's quite tight and there's a big curve on the outside of it. So you would imagine a good run through these S-bends and in towards the chicane will be where Serrano will try to launch that attack. In the slipstream he is then. He's closing up onto the back of Inestrosa, and it's going to be easy pickings here for Jose Serrano as they draw alongside one another into the bus stop chicane. Serrano goes through and into the race lead once again.
And that was the best case scenario for Inestrosa there, to have him pass down the straightaway into the bus stop. There's the least amount of time lost going side by side. Now he's going to do his best to try and hold off Drummond.
Yeah, I can imagine that is going to be a particularly difficult task, as well as there for Kai de Bruyne, who might be able to try and take profit if Drummond does get held up there behind Inestrosa. He's got the inside line, and look at that. That was decisive and clinical for Drummond. Oh, no, de Bruyne's walking through. The door's kind of half ajar, and he just said, look, I've got to make as much ground as I can, and he threw it into 3rd position, looking to try and launch that attack there on Drummond into the right-hander, but the door not quite ajar enough for de Bruyne to launch an attack into that next right-hander. Through to the left we go then. Serrano now leads, and all the while they were stuck behind. Inestrosa. He's now dropped down to 5th place, by the way. It's costing them a bit of time, and you can see the gap now for Jose Serrano. He's built that up to over a second.
Yeah, he was really able to vault away, and they were sort of caught up here as we go on board with Polyura.
We're going to see the 2 Japanese drivers, Miyazono and Sasaki, have a bit of a tete-a-tete through the left-hander, I think, and he sends Sasaki into the wall, and Ura takes profit of it and slides himself up into 6th place.
He said, thank you very much.
Yeah, nice and easily done. Yeah, they're under investigation for one another as well. I should imagine they won't be on each other's Christmas cards list after that one. Cardinal's gone for an interesting 2-stop strategy, but he's having a bit of a dog's day at the office right down the bottom of the field, so there's no harm in trying a bit of a gamble here in this race. Through the bus stop we go, though, with Kylian Drummond. Kai de Bruyne there in 3rd position, and look at this, Takuma Miyazono right on his back bumper here. And let's see whether the Japanese driver, the 4-time world champion, is going to be able to launch an attack. It looks like Sam Cardinal's retired from this race, the Canadian driver, or whether he's got some technical problems, I don't know. But either way, for him, it has not worked out at all, and he'll be starting that grand final right from the very back of the grid, unfortunately.
Takuma's looking for the run here down into turn 8, just hoping to have a little bit of momentum, maybe try to set up from the final corner down into turn one. We've seen that move be attempted a couple times, or hold back and try to use it down into the bus stop. If you're keeping up with Inestrosa, who qualified 4th for this race, not the no tire strategy, he's all the way back to 8th right now. That has not panned out for him.
No, it's a gamble and it didn't pay off. I mean, look, he's had no points scored so far this season. He's right at the bottom of the order. Has to try something to try and get himself up there. It was a risk, and unfortunately the reward is not there for the taking. Down in 8th position as the best he can hope for as it stands for now. Meanwhile, here is Miyazono in the slipstream of Kai de Bruyne. He's got the inside line down into T1. Can he make that stick? That'll be brilliant if he can. Oh, Jura's going to walk through it as well. De Bruyne's going to get shoveled to the curb on the outside and loses 2 places in the space of 1 corner. So Miyazono and Jura are through for 3rd and 4th place now respectively. Jura on the attack against Miyazono. What a fantastic run he's had through the first couple of corners. Miyazono knows that, goes for that defensive line, and here comes De Bruyne ready to try and take profit of it as well through the bus of chicane. There's contact. Jura's onto the curb. De Bruyne goes back through on the inside as well. So Jura goes from attacking to defending to losing places.
What an awesome bit of battling there amongst these drivers. They played it as clean as you possibly could there. Paul Jura was trying to stay there, but he just couldn't, and at that point he couldn't get through the bus stop correctly. You're out of phase, you're out of the line, and that opened up the door for Kai de Bruyne.
Yeah, works really nicely there for Kai de Bruyne, and he lives to fight another day. Let's see whether Jura can launch a retaliation. It's brought Labutale and Sasaki right back into play then here for this one as well. Miyazono is the man on the move there. What have we got? A lap and a half now remaining, so not much time left. At the front of this one, Jose Serrano's built out the advantage, but he's pretty much stabilised at about 1.2 seconds or so over the likes of Kylian Drumont, and subsequently then another further 1.6 seconds. He is in front of Takuma Miyazono, so maybe not a battle for the podium that we're going to see to the end of this one, but you never know. One mistake from Miyazono and it could be right up to play for again.
It was an optimistic move by De Bruyne there through turn 8. It's left him vulnerable here to Paul Jura as we go down the front stretch. As he tried to do what Miyazono did a lap before. Yes, he's looking to the inside, doesn't quite get there, thinks better of it. Now he'll try to set up for the exit and down towards the bus stop.
That was smart there from Jura. You can see what he was trying to do, just force De Bruyne to break a few meters too late, run it a bit wide, compromise his run. It didn't quite pay off for him at the moment, but there's every opportunity for them to try and take profit. Labutale's there lurking in the background as well as Takuma Sasaki. This is the final lap of action, and this is the race that will decide the grid for the grand final. No further action between Sasaki and Miyazono as they came to blows a few laps ago. They kick up grass and dust and dirt on this final lap as they are really beginning to push the limits here.
And it's really De Bruyne just trying to hold off Jura at this point. Right now that the 3rd place Miyazono has been able to get just a bit far enough away that I feel like he can hold on to as long as he hits his marks through these last set of corners in this lap. But it's really a battle there for 4th. If Miyazono can get, oh, let's look at the inside. De Bruyne didn't quite get there, trying everything he can.
Yeah, certainly did there in P5, but again, we're running out of superlatives to describe the run of form that this young man has had. Jose Serrano is on supreme form. Describe the run of form that this young man has had. Jose Serrano is on supreme form in 2025. He's won both of the grand finals, and he picks up another sprint race for his troubles as well.
Absolutely at the top of his game, and you can see it in every decision-making that he has, the speed, obviously, that he has right now. And throughout that whole race there, it was just obvious. He knew when to sort of hold back and then when to try and strike. There wasn't many optimistic moves. They were decisive moves that went in his favor. And then when it was up for offering to go for the win, he was able to drive away from the field, create the gap he needed, run down Inestrosa, and set sail.
Yeah, very well done to him. Commiserations, though, to the likes of Angel Inestrosa and also to Valerio Gallo there as well. Inestrosa tried an alternative strategy, wasn't one that paid off for him, and Gallo, of course, we saw him having an incident into the wall as well. But this is how the race panned out. We saw Kai de Bruyne beginning this one on pole position. He started at the sharp end of the field ahead of Drumont and Jose Serrano. Pretty close and clean affair at the sharp end of this one. We saw Jura making a move on Sasaki in the opening couple of laps. There's a bit of hip and shoulder between those two drivers as they made their way through that hairpin. This was Valerio Gallo's undoing, though, as he just took too much curb on the inside of the bus stop, and that saw him going backwards and into the barrier. Then we saw a smattering of pit stops, and we missed this one initially, but Inestrosa pitted but didn't change tyres, unlike the rest of the field. It left him at the sharp end of the race with a near 4-second advantage as they started making moves behind. But ultimately, as his tyres wore down, everybody else began to speed up, and it left him very vulnerable in the closing stages.
And Jose Serrano was able to make this decisive pass down into the bus stop, and from this point onward, he just set sail, clicking off lap time from the rest of the field as they all battled it out. So we see here Mirzono going to the bottom of turn 1 past Kai de Bruin, and that was a really nice pass. He had to play super defensive here at Pole Euro, and this all boiled up down in the bus stop where they were all together, but Jose Serrano got the win.
Yeah, amazing job from Jose Serrano. Let's go down and catch up with the winner of the sprint race, who will start on pole position for the grand final. He's with Jules.
Yeah, I'm here with Jose Serrano, and who can doubt that 2025 has certainly been your year. But before we get into that, I think everybody here wants to know, like, what was it like driving that car in like a full-on race?
It's super funny. Instead on the chicane is jumping the car, so instead of that, it's incredible to drive the car.
It's actually quite fun. It's not too difficult.
It's funny, yeah.
It's fun.
For me, it's funny.
Yeah, well, I mean, you did all right. I don't know if everyone else would say it's fun. That's not a... But obviously, this year has really been your year. You seem to keep being completely consistent and pulling it out the bag. And you've only got, like, one more little race in a minute, and then you got 3 for 3. Well, how confident are you feeling?
I'm really confident with myself. I'm relaxed, calm, as always, so let's see what happens in Daytona.
Just so casual, just so consistent and yet so casual. Let's give it up for a big round of applause for Jose Serrano. Honestly, he is, look, he's not even barely sweating, barely a bead of sweat on your forehead. There you go. And let's right now to Tom and Parker.
Cheers, Jules. Yep, Jose Serrano continues his clean sweep so far in 2025. He wins the sprint race by 1.8 seconds over Kilian Drumont. Mirzono there, who will line up P3 for that grand final with Kai de Bruin for company alongside him. Kai de Bruin probably been a bit disappointed with that one, having started the race on pole position and ending up P4.
Yeah, and I think really the drive to me was Takuma Mirzono to go all the way up to third there. That really great pass into turn 1 was incredible, and it puts him in a great position here for the final. And I just think what he showed there was being able to move his way through the field between strategy and decisive moves on the racetrack, and to get the all-important track position, which every driver will tell you where you start is a huge advantage. It didn't work out for Kai de Bruin here in the sprint race, but he stays in the top 4. That's within striking distance for the final.
8th on the grid to 3rd at the checkered flag for Takuma Mirzono, and also Thomas Labusle. He started last in that race and finished P6 at the end of that one. Phenomenal job indeed from our drivers. Really, really excited for the grand final. Let's go down to Jules, shall we?
Now, as we might have mentioned a couple times, after a 7-year hiatus, we have brought back the GT Awards, which has got to be one of the best competitions I've ever heard of, which is, as a GT fan, getting to get your car in the game. I mean, unbelievable stuff. So, do you want to know who's won? Do you want to know what car you're going to be driving? I thought you might. Hold on. I have an envelope and everything. It's very, very Hollywood. One sec. I need 2 hands. Oh, wait. Do you want to? You could. Do you, ooh, okay. Are you ready? Drum roll, please. Come on, louder. This is huge. All right. I can tell you the winner is Big Mike. His car is the 1992 Honda Prelude. Woo! Pretty cool. Okay. So we got a little bit of info about this, all right? So Big Mike, he's coming here. We go. He's a journalist who bought his 1992 Honda Prelude 20 years ago before setting about his renovation and mod build. Every bit of the car engine and body is bespoke to Mike's specifications, and it pays homage to the Japanese style with a nod to USA car culture mixed with a little bit of Mike's taste. You guys are going to be driving his car. That's super cool. Massive congratulations. Let's throw it back to Tom and to Parker.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed,
OMG,
Jules. What an
Prelude,
incredible
LOL.
prize for Big Michael, probably Large Michael as his mother calls him there. Amazing job. And
That's so cool.
What a phenomenal car. It's a work of art.
Oh, beautiful. Every one of those cars out there was amazing. The passion that these individuals have for their cars and tuning them and creativity they have and what they look like and what they put behind in tuning them is awesome. How cool to have that car immortalized in a video game. It's amazing.
Yeah, incredible. Anyway, as much as I'd love to talk about Honda Prelude all night, more important matters, including this place. Daytona Road Course is the venue for the grand final. This is a circuit you know particularly well, Paul.
Yes, and this particular one was made famous by the Rolex 24, but we're going to be racing some cars that are far faster than anything we've ever seen go around this racetrack here. It's an absolutely awesome track, and what we've got ahead of us with 30 laps and 3 mandatory pit stops.
Yeah, you can see racing hard, medium and soft tyres available for the drivers. This is what we reckon the strategy might break down like, but often we see drivers throwing caution to the wind and deciding to do their own strategies. They're working it all out on the fly. You've got tyre wear to consider for this one. You've got fuel to consider for that as well. So they're going to have to do a bit of fuel saving over the course of this race. You can see the difference in the performances between the three different tyre compounds. 0.6 of a second slower for the mediums, a second of a lap slower for the hards, and they must use each of the tyre compounds in the race.
Yeah, and take everything we say about strategy with a grain of salt. We've not always been correct in the past, so we'll see. But this race car, the Red Bull X 2019, absolutely insane race car, but really designed to be what the human maybe with a G-suit could survive driving. It's absolutely insane to drive this in Gran Turismo because it's just so mind-bogglingly fast. It creates an insane amount of grip, and it really sort of makes you rethink any course you drive it at.
Absolutely. Well, Parker, you had a closer look at this Daytona Road Course circuit in these Red Bull X 2019s earlier on, and I have to say, it's a really interesting track, this one.
Yes.
And especially turn one, because you're trail braking, you've got camber, it's a bit of a pain to get a car around there, to be honest.
It really is. It's a difficult corner because you come off the banking there at top speed. In these, it's almost 200 miles per hour, 320 kilometers an hour, and the track sort of flattens out. Then you go across the banking through some bumps, and you've got to get this car completely slowed up. The left side's as close as you can be to that white line, a little better than I did right here. We'll see the pro drivers do it, but it's definitely a very unique corner for all the reasons you mentioned. You control that braking all the way down from over 200 miles an hour or 320 kilometers an hour to roughly 60 miles per hour through the center, and then apply the throttle back on exit where it's really easy to spin the rear tires.
Well, the winner campaign has been going on throughout the entirety of this evening, and Takuma Miyazono, no surprise at all, he always seems to be a fan favourite. He's got 68% of the vote, the lion's share, as one would call it, against Jose Serrano, the man, of course, who is the dominant winner of the World Series events so far this season. I have to say that Takuma Miyazono, I mean, if his form is anything like what we saw in that sprint race, I mean, you'd be hard to bet against him as well.
I feel like we've been hanging out too much because I was going to say the same exact thing. If he brings anything like we saw in the sprint race, he absolutely has a chance. But that guy in the middle there, Jose Serrano, is absolutely on form and on fire right now and just doesn't seem to make a single mistake. It's going to take everything Miyazono's got to try and overcome it.
Yeah, absolutely. What about the drivers that perhaps have got less to lose, should we say? Those that are at the back of the grid, maybe their sprint race didn't go so well. I'm thinking of the likes of Valerio Gallo and also Angelina Stroza after that mistake in strategy. How do you plan that race? How do you play it?
Well, if you're Gallo, though, you know you're in the thick of this points battle right now coming to this race, second in the points. So you've got to sort of think maybe about, hey, I don't know if I can win, but how can I get points? And that might go into his strategy. We've seen all sorts of different strategies in these races. I don't think this race will be any different for him. It might be doing that strategy that he thinks in his mind, that's a bit risky, but why not? Why not take the chance, at least to get to the points to help him in the championship?
No doubt about it. Well, we are just moments away from getting the grand final underway for the Nations Cup, so let's get ourselves down to Jules one last time.
Okay, we are but moments away from the grand final of the Nations Cup, round 3. Los Angeles, are you ready? This is going to be a good one. Don't go anywhere. Let's hear it, Los Angeles!
So then it all comes down to this. Gran Turismo World Series 3, the Nations Cup about to get underway here in Los Angeles. It has been a long wait for these drivers, and they are sitting in their sim rigs not far away from the time to go racing. And we'll be keen to see how this one is going to get on in these Red Bull X 2019. You can see the competitors out on the screen at the moment, and here we are. They are ready and lined up on the grid for the grand final. So let's run you through how they are going to be lining up here for this one. Of course, the sprint race results reflect where we should be for the grand final. And we'll be over to that in just a few moments' time. A couple of technical problems here in Los Angeles, which just only adds to the tension for the drivers, because things like this do, of course, happen when you're in the racing car. Maybe things don't always go according to plan, and you've got to just roll with the punches.
That's part of being a racing driver, right? You've got to overcome some unexpected consequences, unexpected things that happen, especially with the mechanical component of racing. This is no different here in sim racing, and I think you saw some of the drivers like, hey, get going, because they're in the mode. They're ready to go. They've thought about this. They know exactly how they want to tackle these first few laps, maybe what the strategy is, and the best part for a race car driver is to actually get racing. And that moment of anticipation is the toughest point.
Well, I'll remind you of the point standings then for the Nations Cup. You can see Jose Serrano, as we know, has won 2 from 2 so far in 2025. He's 3 points in front of Valerio Gallo. You've got Jura, they're just 1 point in front of Sasaki. De Bruyne and Miyazono are now tied on points, courtesy of De Bruyne getting his first podium last time out at Berlin. Kylian Drumont, the last of the point scorers there. So you've still got another 5 drivers who are yet to score a point in 2025, and there's only, of course, 1 round left to do so before the World Finals. So there's still plenty to play for. It's still pretty tight in the standings, but yeah, you'd have to say for the likes of Angel Enestrosa and some other drivers who were expected to be at the sharper end of the field, they've got a fair bit of work to do to try and turn their season around.
And if you're Jose Serrano, you're loving what just came out of the sprint race there with Gallo, who was at the back of that race, so now he knows he'll be starting towards the back right now, so he's got a huge advantage in track position right at the start. Possibly could build up that championship lead right now as we go into this final race. For a guy that's been undefeated this year, he's loving all the things he saw through that sprint race.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Jose Serrano, as we say, he's just been on in imperious form so far in the 2025 season, and we're running out of superlatives to describe his performances. What about Valerio Gallo, though? Is he on the back foot going into this race? You can see him there second in the championship standings, but that sprint race did not go according to plan.
Yeah, I just think he's in a position where he might have to change his thought process to saying, hey, how do I get some points? Just to stop the bleeding a little bit in this. When it happened in that sprint race, put him towards the back, he might be thinking, how can I utilize the strategy, the 3 stops we're going to have here with 3 different tires, hard, medium, and soft. What can he do that maybe isn't about winning, but it's just about simply getting in the points to stop that bleeding?
Absolutely, and 30 laps over the course of this circuit as well is going to make things quite interesting. There's a lot of high-speed corners here at the Daytona road course. Not particularly that many heavy braking zones.
No, especially not in this car. The X2019 doesn't slow down. You don't really have to slow down. Things amazing. It creates insane grip, but you will be drafting as we go to the oval portions of the Daytona road course. Massive draft effect. About within 2 seconds, you're going to start feeling that draft effect. So you'll see them utilizing that, and there's a bit of fuel saving possibly. And if you're running the draft, you can lean off that throttle, keep your speed up because of the draft, and save a bit of fuel, which could help in the overall time of the race.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see there the penalty line as well. So if any drivers do exceed track limits, or they have some contact with another driver that could have been avoided, that penalty line, it's at the fastest point on the circuit, and you're just hemorrhaging it all the way down until turn 1.
No, it's a massive penalty to get that there, because these cars are approaching 320 kilometers an hour as they go through that banking there and get slowed down and then have to re-accelerate in that portion of the track. You will lose a tremendous amount of time getting a penalty.
Well, with just a few moments to go then, let's get ourselves down to Jules once again as the slightly delayed start to this race and get our crowd hyped up here in Los Angeles.
Well, the gallery said that you weren't excited enough last time, so we want to hear an even bigger cheer for the Nations Cup Grand Final here in Los Angeles. Let's make some noise!
Logitech sell no more race cars after 296 GT3.
So nice we did it twice.
Renault E-Space F1 is a race car. LOL, they playing this clip again. OMG LOL.
12 drivers lining up on the grid, 6 points on offer, and only one can be crowned the winner of World Series 3 in 2025 here in Los Angeles. This is going to be hugely exciting to see what will happen as the drivers are ready to go for the start of this race. Let's work out how they all line up on the grid. The sprint race decided it just a few moments ago, and it sees Jose Serrano, the championship leader, lining up on pole position. Kilian Drumont is alongside him on that front row of the grid. Row 2 is headed by the quadruple world champion Takuma Miyazono, with Kai de Bruyne, the debutant podium man from Berlin, alongside. Then Paul Ura heads the third row of the grid in 5th place ahead of Thomas Laboutelet, who started last in the sprint and managed to get to 6th at the checkered flag. He's just in front of Takuma Sasaki and Adriano Carrazza. Next up on the grid, you've got Guy Barbara in P9, and completing the top 10 is Angel Inestrosa, whose mistaken strategy cost him very dear. Valerio Gallo, second in the championship, lines up P11 ahead of this grand final, and Samuel Cardinal P12 as well. Now, we've got a difference in tyres at the start of this race. Soft, medium and hards available for the drivers. A lot of the drivers there starting on the medium tyres, but 3, Barbara, Inestrosa and Gallo, going for the hards at the sharp end of this race. What do you think that's all about?
I think it's exactly what we discussed. It's thinking how to do something different, especially for Valerio Gallo, who comes in this race second in points, having a disastrous sprint race there, puts him at the back of the field. He's thinking maybe not just about winning, but it's just moving himself forward towards the points. You have to do something different, knowing he'll be in a bit of traffic early on, and see if this can work to his favor.
Yeah, I imagine the idea, of course, with the hard tyres is get them out of the way as soon as you possibly can. The hard tyres like lava, basically. You don't want to be on it for as short as a distance as you possibly can, given the pace difference between the softs, medium and the hard tyres. So get them out of the way, get yourselves onto the medium or the soft tyres, and make some progress in the middle to the latter stages of this race. But Jose Serrano will lead the field around the final corner and across the line as we get the grand final underway here for the Nations Cup in Gran Turismo World Series 3 in Los Angeles. We're in the Daytona Road Course and we're coming down towards the first turn, with Serrano leading from Kilian Drumont. On the brakes we go. Already moves being made in the background there, with Cardinal having more grip under braking. He was looking for a move on Valerio Gallo. Also, Ura coming under pressure from Thomas Laboutelet as well. We come to the infield section for the first time. Pretty even Stevens and pretty fair and sharp at the front of the field. But let's see how it all works out as we come through the fast left-hander and in towards this hairpin.
Yeah, it's the other horseshoe. The first one's the international horseshoe, and this shoots you towards turn 6, which leads on to the first portion of the banking, one of the most important corners on this racetrack. It's tough to get the power down right here. The track kind of falls away to the outside. You see a little wiggle there for Miyazono. That will happen lap after lap.
Yeah, no doubt about it. On board here we are then with Kilian Drumont on the banking then. You can see Jose Serrano's gone for a low part of the banking there, and he's able to hold the speed quite nicely. We come down in towards what was known as the bus stop chicane, now known as the Le Mans chicane. We flick it through that left-hander. You can hear it's just sort of a courtesy lift as you go through there, shift it down the gearbox and running as close to the grass, and clip the grass actually on the outside of it. But Jose Serrano doing a great job leading this one. A couple of tenths in front of Kilian Drumont. Here though is Takuma Miyazono sitting in the wheel track of Kai de Bruyne. You've got Paul Ura and Thomas Laboutelet very close behind indeed, and here comes Kilian Drumont. Side by side he is now with Jose Serrano to take the lead of the race as we come across the timing line for the first time of asking. He's through and into the lead. He's kicking off behind there as well. You've got Kai de Bruyne, who is side by side with Takuma Miyazono as we come through the first corner. De Bruyne now up and into third place.
And you saw how tight it was. They were 2x2x2 down into turn 1. You saw the pass there by Drumont around the outside. That's the effect of the draft, and you're going to continually see that throughout this race. Drivers, as long as they stay close enough together through the infield portion, there's so many opportunities to make passes utilizing the draft through the oval portion of the Daytona Road Course. And that's what every driver's thinking as they go here towards turn 6. How can I get the best run to stay as close as I can and then utilize that draft to make a pass?
Yeah, on board here then with Thomas Laboutelet. So he's made a position up from where he started. He was P6 on the grid, just to remind you. He's now up into 5th position at the expense of Paul Ura. Barbara, Inestrosa and Gallo, they were the 3 outliers. They started this one on the hard compound of tyre. and you wonder how their race is going to play out. We come down then in towards the chicane once more, and it's kind of damage limitation for those three drivers in the opening stages of this race here, Parker.
Right, that's really, if you look at Gallo in last right now, utilizing those tires, we'll see how long they choose to stay on them. Probably the shortest amount of time possible, then to get to the mediums and the sauces. We're on board with Miyazono now. Oh, look to the inside. Now pops to the outside, possibly. Didn't quite have the momentum right there. He chooses to stay behind Labudale to the outside right now into one. That's usually tough. The track is off camber there if you get too far to the outside, and you'll sort of fall away from you.
Yeah, Drummond and Serrano were side by side for the race lead at that point there as well, but Labudale is throwing the kitchen sink at this one, or at least trying to, on Takuma Miyazono. They come through that first hairpin, but nothing doing for them at the moment. De Bruyn sitting in third position, just keeping his powder dry at the moment. Just doesn't want to let the likes of Drummond and Serrano get away. Subsequently, they want to be a little bit careful about battling against one another, because if they do, it'll drop them right into the clutches of the prevailing field, and they are hungry and ready to pounce.
Yeah, you don't want to be side by side through here in turn 6 onto the banking right now. And I have to wonder if Jose Serrano sort of let Drummond get there just to utilize a little bit of draft. We talked about fuel saving could possibly be a part of this race. They can't quite go the whole way on a tank without a little bit of fuel saving, so that could be some of the thought process there of dropping a second and utilizing a bit of that draft to save some fuel.
So on board here then with Thomas Labudale. What are the key parts of this circuit here, Parker? Yeah, how do you set a fast lap time? How do you make sure that you've got the secrets of Daytona?
In most cars, I would say the infield for sure, the international horseshoes, and the turn 6 leading onto the back straightaway, and then your X out of the bus stop. In the X 2019, I'm not quite sure. It's incredibly fast. The bus stop is not a traditional corners. You see Serrano go to the outside, Drummond. I guess he wasn't saving fuel, of course, like I said, because he chooses to go back to the lead right now. And sometimes you see that at this racetrack in certain cars where you use that. Oh, we got De Bruyn spinning out there.
Yeah, big moment there. And De Bruyn, the big loser in all of that. And we saw other drivers going off onto the grass. Sasaki's dropped down the order as well. So that's kicked off in the sort of battle for the podium places there, really. The upshot is it's now Serrano that leads, Drummond in second, and Miyazono is up and into third place, Labudale into fourth position. So we've lost one of the competitors from that battle for the podium, and Miyazono and De Bruyn are now under investigation with one another for that collision. I'd love to see a replay, because we only really caught the back end of that crash, and I wonder whether Miyazono was the aggressor in that instance. Through onto the banking we go for the 4th time out of 30, and we've got to keep an eye on the tyre wear for the mediums as well, because of course they're, you know, a bit of a halfway house between the hards and the softs. Let's have a look at, meanwhile, what happened here to De Bruyn with Labudale in the background. There was a bit of contact between himself and Miyazono. How'd you read that one?
So that is a very typical incident at Daytona Road Course, and it's the fact that as you come off of turn 1 there, you kind of, the track goes back to the left a little bit, so that outside car is put in an awkward position where they have to get left. The inside car doesn't want to give them that space like Miyazono did, and you have that altercation and they come together like you saw. That's very typical at this racetrack. We see it in almost any race you have here. So this is really tight. 2x2x2 down into turn 1 amongst all these drivers.
Yeah, this is phenomenal. Look at it, Stroza with the inside line. I thought he was going to have a dandem lunge to the inside. Sasaki and De Bruyn are also going wing mirror to wing mirror as they make their way through the first corner. I tell you what, though, for the likes of Stroza, Gallo and Barbara, this is actually working out quite nicely for them, because they're now on the back of some medium shot runners, and it will just give them the impetus there to try and hold on to the back of them, even though they're on a slower compound of tyre. You can see Stroza pulled alongside Sasaki, but Sasaki with the mediums, it's just great attraction out the corner, nothing that Stroza can do, and himself, Gallo, and also Barbara needs to be a bit careful they don't get involved in squabbles amongst one another and let those two drivers get away too much, because it could come back to bite them later on in the race.
And one of the things they're doing there, they love to see them close enough to the infield, because that allows them to utilize the draft again through the banked portions and essentially stay closer than they naturally would on just pure lap time with those slower tires.
On board here then with Jose Serrano as we come through the bus stop then. You see how much curb and grass they're clipping. They are literally millimeters away from disaster. And the thing is with these cars, you drove it yesterday, Parker, they are tricky on the limit, because all the torque's at the top end of the rev range.
Super tricky there when you get the throttle down. As Drummond goes to the outside here, Jose Serrano, he's going to utilize this pass we've seen twice from these two. And sometimes this actually can look like battling, but it's almost working together at this racetrack because the draft is so powerful. When you're in Jose Serrano's position there, you let Dumont do that, then you'll get the toe the next time around through the banking and vice versa. You'll swap positions lap after lap like we're seeing from those two.
Stroza and Barbara battling. It might be for the last positions in this race at the moment, but it might come back into their favour later on. You can see them very close to one another. Valerio Gallo, again, not made too much of an impression on this race, but he's playing the long game here. This is what all of these drivers, Gallo, Stroza and Barbara, are doing. They started on the hard compound tyre. They've gone ugly early, haven't they, really, here? Trying to make sure that they've got that tyre out of the way as soon as they possibly can. So they'll be on a quicker set of compounds towards the end of the race, whereas, of course, everybody on the medium tyres, depending on which way they go in terms of the strategy, will have the harder tyres to do at the end of the race.
Where'd you come up with that term?
It's something you use in nightclubs in the UK. I'm glad that one translated. I'm glad that one translated across the pond. On the brakes they go in towards the chicane. Then look at Miyazono. He's all over the back there of Jose Serrano. And again, they're overtaking one another. They're changing positions, but it's nothing to get too excited about at this particularly early stage of the race, because you know that they're just giving each other racing room. They're not fighting these positions too hard, the ones that are being attacked, and they're just, again, waiting for the right moment to go, because it's when the pit stops come out, that's what nobody knows is going to happen, because even though you're on the medium tyre, doesn't mean they're all going to go for the soft tyres in the mid-stint. They might go for the hard tyres, or they might decide to play a different strategy. We have seen drivers doing 2 stops. We've seen some doing 3-stop strategies as well, which is a bit of a rogue call, I have to say, but sometimes it does pay off.
And what they're close to doing, these front four, is actually getting away from Polyura, who's in 5th by enough of a gap that he wouldn't have the draft anymore. He's just over 2 seconds from the leader, about a second behind 4th place here. So if they continue to work together, utilizing the draft, they could separate themselves from Polyura and sort of have their own pack.
Absolutely. Well, Valerio Gallo will be hoping to make some progress from 10th at the moment. He'll be finishes there. He'll be more disappointed than Arusa, that's just had his tonsils out, to be completely honest with you. But there's still plenty of time for this race to unfold. We're not even 1/3 of a distance through it as we ride on board here with Thomas Laboutelet. You can see there Takuma Miyazono, as part of his routine, always listens to a particular song the night before every race, and it's always interesting that.
Have you listened to that one?
I'm not familiar with it, I must be honest with you, but I'll give it a go, to be honest, because Takuma Miyazono he's a quick driver, and I could probably learn a thing or two to pick up my
use that too. I would like something like that.
Did you have
any help there is?
Do you have any superstitions when you go racing, like putting one boot on or one before the other, or you know?
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I try to put the left on first.
Do you do?
Yeah.
I always find it.
And left glove first.
I'm exactly the same actually when I go racing. But to be honest, I'm so slow it doesn't really make much of a difference. Anyway, side by side with Serrano versus Dumont as they change positions once more down the start-finish straight and into turn 1. Miyazono, Laboutelet very close to one another behind there as well. You can see Laboutelet again. He's just looking a bit threatening, and Miyazono picks up a penalty then.
Wow!
1 second penalty for that collision that we saw earlier on with Kai de Bruyne.
I think that's the correct call in a lot of respects. You know, he was there. He didn't give him the room on the exit. He drove into the left rear of De Bruyne and spun him out, and so you get a penalty for that.
Yeah, it's a shame for De Bruyne because he's sort of spoiled his race there, really. I mean, he's on the coattails of the likes of Sasaki, etc., but it's not where he should be relative to the pace that we've seen for him, and that's how different these events can be. You know, last time out in Berlin, he was on for his first podium, and he was absolutely delighted with that after having fought for it for such a long time. And it's sort of hero to zero stuff here, this one as well. Now for Takuma Miyazono, he's got that penalty, so he's going to drop behind Laboutelet, of course, but it might drop him even behind Polyura because they're not too far adrift, and that penalty zone is at the quickest point on this circuit. So we're coming through in towards it now. You'll see with the 2 yellow markers either side of the track, and you lose, of course, that 1 second in terms of the penalty time, but you also lose that time getting back up to speed there as well. So Laboutelet is going to fire past like Miyazono's just stuck the handbrake on.
Wow.
And there he goes.
This is going to be a huge penalty.
Yeah, so he drops down then behind Thomas Laboutelet, and where is Ure? He's right on his gearbox then, just a 1/10 of a second behind. Laboutelet's profited from it. He's up into 3rd place. Our first pit stop takes place, meanwhile. Stroza from 12th and last in this one has pitted from the hard tyres. Now, where does he go in this? Does he go for the mediums? Does he go for the soft compound of tyres? And crucially, when's he going to take some fuel on board as well? We're quite early into the race, so not really too much point, but this is the moment that cost Miyazono and also De Bruyne win as well. And there's the penalty that Miyazono just served.
And you can see there where Miyazono just went to the right at the same point that De Bruyne was going left. It's just a classic collision here, but he was definitely in the wrong, not giving him the racing room he needed.
No doubt about it. Innestrosa then onto the medium compound of tyres for his first of 2 pit stops at a minimum in this race. So he'll now be on the same tyres as the majority of the field in this one, but of course they'll be significantly fresher than everybody else at this stage in the race as well. You can see that there. 40% of the rear tyres are left pretty much for all of the drivers inside the top 10 that are on the hard compound of tyres, whereas Innestrosa, a brand new set of fresh mediums, they're going to feel so lovely compared to the hards he was on.
And you know, in super speedway racing and NASCAR, when you race at Daytona, you want to pit in a pack because you want to utilize the draft. You don't want to be out there by yourself. I think this is very similar, that we'll see many of these drivers try to pit together because they're going faster utilizing that draft than they would be just by themselves. Even if you've got those better tires, you want to have to utilize the draft to turn really fast lap times.
And you can see these drivers at the sharp end of this one here, Parker. Obviously, they're all working together at this point. They're in a race with their shoelaces tied to one another here at this point. But eventually, they're going to have to undo those shoelaces and start fighting. It's loads of time still left to go in this one.
This is one of those races where you see 12 lead changes, and it's like, wow, that sounds awesome, but it's not the full story. They're working together, utilizing those lead changes to have the fastest lap times and not slow each other down.
You can see exactly what it would mean for Jose Serrano if the checkered flag fell now, though. It would be another 6 points in his arsenal, and it would give him quite a commanding advantage as we go into the World Finals. And fair play, because he really would deserve it, but there's so much time left to go. And I suppose if you're the likes of Kylian Drumont and Thomas Laboutelle here, how do you play this in terms of your strategy for this race? Because do you follow what Serrano's doing in the hope that you'll keep track position?
I would, personally, just utilizing the draft, being able to follow him, knowing he's the fastest driver here, most likely the winningest driver of the season. You think, if I follow him, and with the draft, you don't know what could happen, what you could pull off in that final stint, so stay as close to him as you can. There's no reason to try something different when you're this close and have the draft in your favor.
Just to give you an idea of the difference in pace between Angel Innestrosa and the sharp end of the field. Last time around, he was a 1:28.8. Which of course wasn't a full flying lap because he was out of the pits. That was an out lap for him over the course of that one. But just to give you an idea of the first sector, he was about a second or so clear of anybody else last time around. So really impressive stuff there for Jose Serrano, and we'll see what it means for him later on. Barbara and Gallo, they managed to extend those hard tyres a little bit later on. They've pitted a couple of laps after Angel Innestrosa here, which means their tyres, whichever they go on to, will be a couple of laps newer. So it'd be interesting to see how that works out for them, because we did see that in the Manufacturers' Cup earlier on this evening. I won't spoil the result for you if you haven't caught it. I do implore you to go to do it, because the racing was spectacular. But we saw some drivers pitting early, and ultimately they ended up paying the price for that because they lost track position.
They did, but if you can turn the fast lap times after this, especially on those tires, that's going to help you. The hard part is that these leaders are continuing to work together and utilizing this draft, and so that's just going to make it tougher, even if you're by yourself on better tires, to make up that time. Maybe as I look at some of the lap times, you can get close to their lap times, but to be faster than what you want when you're on those tires, to make up that time and make up some track position is going to be a really tall task.
Yeah, no doubt about it. On board then we ride here with Thomas Laboutelle with that relatively clear view down towards the first corner. Drumont and Serrano, and again just keeping him honest at this race. Sasaki's picked up a penalty here. You can see that with the flashing red dot next to his name. Not quite sure what that is all about, but something to keep an eye on there for him, presumably because we didn't see anything come up and it'll be down to track limits. But he's coming into the pit lane at the end of this one. So he's the first of the medium job runners, the drivers who started this race on the medium tyres, I should say, that has pitted then. So let's see how he plays this in terms of that strategy. But you can now see it's gone from what was a three-way fight up to a now five-way fight, because Miyazono and Ura are right in the picture here.
Yeah, that penalty for Miyazono really pulled Ura back up into this front 4 cars, and now it's sort of a 5-car train that leads this race right now, because he was about 2 seconds back from the leader, a second back from 4th, but when Miyazono got his penalty, he was able to utilize the draft with Miyazono to get back to this front pack, and now it's expanded to 5 cars in this lead pack.
Yeah, let's see how these drivers are going to play this one. And as you said, you would imagine it'd be a case of follow the leader, whoever blinks first from
I would think, but I haven't been right very often.
Well, I'm almost never right, to be completely honest with you. Down towards the braking zone we go of that chicane, threading the eye of a needle through there. So Sasaki went from the mediums to the hards then. So if you're the drivers that are up ahead of that, are you going to go and do the same? I suppose that's the risk though, isn't it? You go to the hard tyres and sort of deal with that pain in the middle stages of the race, which then would leave you the soft tyres at the end of it. But if you did the reverse of that, of course, that would leave you vulnerable at the end. So it's so difficult to work out. This is all going to work out. Obviously, you've got fuel to consider in this one. Whoever is, might be saving fuel. If you're the likes of Thomas Laboutele, you're just sitting in a slipstream. Maybe you can do a bit of lift and coasting, save a bit more fuel. Save maybe a couple of seconds on the pit stop, which could give you track position after it's all worked out.
I have to think Laboutele is doing that because I've watched him continually have the chance to go by Jose Serrano here or poke to the outside, and he chooses to stay right behind him. Zisu Karatza on pit road right now, going to the hard tire, and I think that's, for him, Laboutele there riding, that's definitely his thought process as I'm in the lead pack. My advantage here would be how can I make that pit stop the shortest amount or not have to take much fuel at all by staying here in the draft and saving fuel.
Yeah, more medium shot runners, Karatza and Cardinal going on to the hard compound then in the middle stint of this race. And you can see the drivers at the sharp end of this one, their rear tyres are now looking pretty second-hand. So you would imagine it's going to be this time around that they're going to be coming into the box. Let's see who decides to dart in. We're coming towards the chicane for the 13th time of asking. Threading it through there.
You can see the throttle trace right there as he got towards the bus stop, just feathering it a little bit before they got to the braking zone, just sitting there right behind Drummond.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They're surely going to have to come into the box then at the end of this lap. I think they're just going to be pretty much bound by circumstance then, really. And Drummond, as he is side by side here with Jose Serrano, there's a race into the pit lane here. He's trying to get track position to give him more position on the exit of the corner. Now, are they all going to follow the same strategy in terms of the tyres? Drummond, Serrano, Laboutele, Miyazono, De Bruyne, all into the box for this one then, as well as Pol Ura. And if they all go to the hard combat tyre, it'll be all's fair in love and war. It'll be pretty even Stevens. But if someone goes to the soft tyre, plays a bit of a gamble, or maybe takes on some fuel at this stage, and I don't think they're going to do it. I think they're just going to follow everybody else's strategy because, though it might give them an advantage now, they'll have to take that pain a little bit later. And indeed, you can see Jose Serrano exiting this one in the lead, but with Laboutele and Drummond right on his gearbox then as they all filter out onto the race circuit and make their way through the hairpin for the 14th time after their first pit stop has now taken place.
And that was such a sneaky move by Serrano into pit road, utilizing the draft, got to the outside to be side by side as they hit pit road. That gives him a little bit of advantage as they hit pit road to the line. He gets the lead out of the pits now back where he wants to be, and on these hard tires, we'll see this could potentially be a place where within his pace, could he stretch that gap to the infield to maybe try and get away and break this draft slightly?
Yeah, it's so difficult to break a slipstream on this circuit though. That is the problem, isn't it? Because it's just a slipstream style of circuit really, where you're running to the checkered flag with drivers very close behind. So plenty of time for this one to play out, and well, Jose Serrano there, just 0.3 of a second the advantage he now has over Thomas Laboutele, who's ascended himself up into second position after starting this one in 6th place. Samuel Cardinal's also made some good progress in this one. He's into P7 as well, in front of Guy Barbara and Valerio Gallo. In Estrosa's where he started, if you remember, he was the first driver to pit in this race. He went from the hard tyres onto the mediums, which is a good strategy in terms of giving him a bit of clean air, a bit of track position, but it might come to pay him in the backside a bit later on, as we see Guy Barbara with Valerio Gallo side by side into the braking zone. Barbara with the advantage then, and with track position now, and into 7th place. Gallo and Cardinal slot in behind.
That was a really brave move there by Gallo to the outside. You knew the clear Cardinal on the inside, but stayed there with Guy Barbara on the inside, down into turn 1. Couldn't quite make it work because you just don't have the grip on the outside. But with these medium tires, he's showing some great pace as they've tried to move forward from the back of the pack over this race.
Yeah, through into that right-hander as we ride on board here with Valerio Gallo. You can see the steely face of concentration for the 2021 Nations Cup World Champion. The results have not been particularly forthcoming over the course of this evening here in Los Angeles, but he does still sit second in the championship as it stands for now, just 3 points adrift of Jose Serrano. As we look at fact there for Guy Barbara at the bottom left-hand side of your screen, he's currently in P7, the leading medium shod runner in this race. Just to remind you, Barbara, Gallo and Estrosa all of course started this one on the hard tyres. They're now on the medium tyres in the middle stint.
And Guy Barbara started driving Gran Turismo at 7 years old. I think I was the same. It was just not it would have been Gran Turismo 3.
Yeah, it's so interesting how everyone's got a story when it comes down to Gran Turismo. You know, talking to some of the audience here in LA, everyone's, of course, had some experience with the Gran Turismo Championship as Laboutelet now gets a bootful of Jose Serrano into the back of him there through turn 1. That's left Drummond with the inside line and a possibility to try and attack as they go side by side into the hairpin. Serrano gets it back and into second position. Ura's there in the background ready to try and take profit as well as Takuma Miyazono, but now it is Laboutelet that leads for the first time of asking in this race.
And you can tell as we get past halfway here, things getting slightly more aggressive at this time. Right there, that move down into turn 1 with Serrano getting the back of Laboutelet. Drummond trying to get to the inside. He tried a defensive move to hold him off as these 5 cars have condensed back together here. I think for Serrano, he thought maybe if he could get to the lead, harder tires, maybe they'd race out of the pits a little bit, could get a bit of a gap, but absolutely not the case. He's now firmly in this pack.
I have to say, it's a bit of a shame that these leading runners did not go for an alternate strategy. I'd love to have seen somebody just bolt a set of soft tyres on in the middle stint for it and just see if it works out. I suppose there's a lot to lose in those circumstances. You know, track position at Drummond over the curb, lost time, and that sends Ura into the back of him there as well. He subsequently loses a place to Takuma Miyazono.
That was really sketchy, very close to losing it. This car is so finicky, it's such on a knife edge at times. It's very reactive, but if you get those big slides, they're hard to hold on to. Drummond did a great job through there, through the Le Mans chicane, holding on to that car, but loses a ton of time.
Yeah, really well done there for Kylian Drummond, but as you say, a shame there for him as a result of that. He's now down into 5th position. He's got a fair bit of work to do to catch up onto the back of Miyazono and of Pol Ura. And look at that, he's just put a bit of daylight between Serrano and Laboutelet. Only about 7 or 8 tenths of a second or so, but just enough for them to not have to worry in their mirrors immediately behind. I don't think that means the top 2 are going to start attacking one another, but I wonder if they might be able to use that, get a bit of impetus, start working together now to build out a cushion over the likes of Miyazono, Ura and Drummond.
Yeah, they enjoyed seeing that from Drummond there with that check up into Pol Ura, and it slowed up enough that Miyazono was able to go by there, give them just this little bit of gap, so they're starting to think at these points, maybe we can get a gap, but you just know if you don't make it happen through the infield, that draft will condense you all back together. As Jose Serrano there with a bit of a lead over Laboutelet. They're not quite drafting the way we saw earlier between him and Drummond.
Yeah, he's starting to pull the pin now a bit, isn't he, here? Jose Serrano, and I wonder if that could prove to be a good move, because if he's able to get a bit of an advantage in a bit of track position, that would be a very welcome result. And I'd say his track position in terms of just, again, not having to worry about the immediacy of what's going on behind you in your mirrors. But I suppose the converse to that is if you start beginning to push, it means you're going to start needing to save fuel, and of course he's going to be expending more fuel because he hasn't got the slipstream like all of the other drivers stuck in that train behind.
Work, but now having a good
Karat's
time
just picked up a penalty, by the way. I think he's just served that one, and presumably that must have been for track limits because we didn't see anything come up on the screen. Been quite an anonymous race so far for Adriano Carazza. De Bruyn and Sasaki under investigation for a collision there as well, so we'll pick the bones out of what happened there, but the upshot is De Bruyn is now down and into 10th position. Sasaki is plumb last by 4 seconds, so clearly something has happened there to the Japanese driver. It's not worked out at all for him.
And you think for Serrano and Laboutelet, they thought maybe they could get away. I'm starting to see that opportunity decrease right here as Miyazono gets back. Pol Ura getting up there as well, and so I just think they were in that zone of maybe potentially doing such a thing, but it's starting to look like it's going to condense back together like we've seen majority of these race amongst these 5 cars being so in a very tight pack.
So put me in the cockpit of these cars at the moment here then, Parker, because obviously we're at a bit of a quieter phase of the race. You know, in terms of the on-track action, they're not exactly dive-bombing each other at every corner. If you're Thomas Laboutelet, Takuma Miyazono, etc., you're sitting behind the drivers in the lead of this race. What's going through your mind? How are you planning your sort of final third?
I think at this time you're obviously assessing your competitors. Where do you think they're better than you? Where do you think that you could work and improve, but a little bit, and also knowing when are they going to make that first move to get on those soft tires? When does that happen? Do you follow them? Do you try to do something different? Most likely you want to just follow the leader to get on those softs immediately, not let them get away. And so this portion of the race is just a bit of assessing at this time as you watch Laboutelet go to the lead over Jose Serrano. That same pass we see multiple times, and you're just trying to set yourself in a position where you feel like you can react to that pit stop, put those softs on, and be in a position to hopefully strike in that final stint.
I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? Obviously, at other circuits where the slipstream maybe isn't so prominent, De Bruyn picks up a 1-second penalty for the incident with Takuma Sasaki, by the way, so he was clearly deemed as the aggressor. We didn't see exactly what happened, but yeah, just going back to that thought. So I suppose if you're the likes of, Kylian Drummond, for example, you're at the back of this train at the moment. I mean, if you try and do the undercut and stick a set of soft tyres on before everybody else, sure, it might give you a bit of track position. Maybe you come out in clean air during your pit stop, and it gives you that track position to be able to take advantage when everybody else makes their pit stop. But the problem is, it'll leave you so vulnerable at the end of the race because the slipstream is so powerful at this circuit. It's just not worth that gamble.
Yeah, the only way to avoid the slipstream or to try to combat it is just to be really good to the infield, right? And that's just typical of Daytona road course. No matter what you're racing, that's always the case. You try to do all the hard work to the infield to get away, to not allow the driver behind to have the easy work of utilizing the draft through the banking sections. But it's just such a tall task, and if you go earlier onto those softs and put yourself at a grip deficit, you're most likely not going to be able to hold them off down through the oval portions.
Side by side here with Serrano versus Laboutelet. Laboutelet was leading across the line. Serrano now back in front by the time we get down in towards T1. Look at Valerio Gallo, who's making a great ascension through the field. He's closed the deficit down to these hard shod runners, and he's really making hay whilst the sun shines. It's exactly what he needs to do, because those medium tyres are going to start to come towards the end of their useful shelf life a bit sooner than these hard tyres, and he's got, of course, a pace advantage of about 0.6, 0.7 of a second or so, and he's really taking profit of it here. Is Valerio Gallo. He's made his way up through the field, up into 5th position. And he needs to do that, really, because if he wants track position, this is exactly how to do it while the field is all closed up.
This has been an awesome drive by him from the back of the pack, using an alternate strategy.
Striam. No. E. Naur. They need to be careful with Miyazono.
As you get on those mediums.
Gallo's going to get a bit messy here as we come in towards the hairpin bend. Drumont's ready to try and pick his pocket there as well. Gallo's in the middle of a bit of a sandwich here, and he might come off second best, but manages to get himself now alongside Drumont for the exit of the corner. Serrano bails out of that battle as we come and flick it through the left-hander. Gallo's going to have the inside line in the grip under braking, gets himself through and into 4th place. That was an amazing bit of driving from all of those concerned in the first section, because it looked like it could have got pretty ugly, that one.
And it put them all 3 wide in 2 consecutive corners, and Serrano was the big loser of all this, being on the outside there of turn 3, the international horseshoe. There's just no grip, especially if you're forced to the 3rd groove right there. He couldn't get accelerating, falls all the way back to 6th, and has really been at the front 2 positions most of this race. He has serious work ahead of him.
Yeah, amazing job from all of those drivers. And for Valerio Gallo, he says he plays for fun, which helps him not get overloaded with training. I've known Valerio for quite a long time now, and he is one of the most calm, cool and collected characters in the Gran Turismo World Series, and also one of the most competitive. He knows how to pilot one of these machines, and he just does it for the absolute sheer joy of racing. Look at Jura all over the back here of Miyazono, but Gallo's coming through like a storm, pulls to the high side, goes to the outside. That's going to leave him a bit vulnerable, but he's got so much grip under braking, he's able to pull alongside Jura, and I think he's just going to have to bow out of it on the exit of turn 1, which he does so. But if that doesn't show you the difference in performance between worn medium and worn hard tyres, I don't know what will. Like I say, the only question mark for Valerio Gallo is, has he expended more fuel relative to those drivers in front of him, because it might cost him a bit later on when they start making their final pit stops and have to take fuel on board. Let's have a look here at Miyazono then, Serrano and Laboutelet. This is going down towards turn 1. And Miyazono with his lunge to the inside of Jose Serrano at the start of this most recent lap. He's now just dropped down to 3rd place because Paul Jura is through and into 2nd.
There's no safe place in this top 5. It's just constant movement, constant actions. They're all moving around and jockeying from position, utilizing the draft and firing it down the inside of certain corners, putting people in awkward positions. This is an awkward run right here. You got to bow out of it right here. You can't go side by side through the bus stop. It's just not possible in the X 2019 13, you'll be way slower than you want to be on the exit.
Blink and you'll miss it sort of stuff. The medium shot runners have pulled a bit of a blinder in this race, actually, to be honest, because they started on the hard tyre, they got that phase out of the way, and now they're really taking profit because the field hasn't spread out like you might see in a more traditional style circuit, because of course the slipstream is just so powerful and the drivers are just sitting in all of those trains. They've really been able to take profit in this mid-stage. It's brought a lot of them right into contention.
As we're on board here, Valerio Gallo, who looks to the outside right now, his right rear tire is really worn, so it's gonna be about how long can he hold on. Oh, it's so tight too there. It's so tough to be side by side. Both competitors have to work together as they go down into the International Horseshoe. A bit of contact.
That was Gallo getting 2 for the price of 1, going down into there as well. He went from 5th place up into 3rd place at the expense of Miyazono. Guy Barbara's there ready as well. This is going to start getting pretty scrappy before too long, and someone I'm sure is going to come off second best. We flick it through into the right-hander. Serrano's on the inside of Guy Barbara for 5th position. Gallo's there in 4th place. He looks pretty safe there for now, but as we come in towards the left-hander and come onto the banking, now we're going to start seeing the slipstream, and now we're going to see Guy Barbara getting right into contention for this one. Inestrosa, Cardinal and De Bruin, by the way, have all gone on to the soft tyres for their final stint in this race. That have taken fuel on board for that pit stop there as well. Through the bank left-hander we go as we head down in towards the Le Mans chicane. 2x2 at the sharp end of this one for the lead. Le Boutelet versus Paul Ura. Into the braking zone we go. Le Boutelet, the victor on that occasion. He holds on to the sharp end of this race.
And what was a 5-car pack has extended into a 7-car pack here as we get towards this final pit stop for the soft tires, happening any moment here.
Yeah, it's going to be any time now. These drivers are going to start coming in. As they do. There we go. So into the box for Ura, Le Boutelet, Miyazono. And look, they're all following suit. They've got no choice. They're now bound by circumstances here. And the crucial thing is they're all going on to the soft tyre for the end of this race. But look at the fuel difference there. Serrano, he's managed to save fuel. He's got, what, 5 litres more than some of the other competitors. Gallo, for example, 22 litres. And it's 3 litres per second more refueling time. So that's going to cost him time and possibly track position here for Valerio Gallo. So that's what I was saying about that being the question mark over the latter stage of this race. So though he's gained track position here, it's going to leave him with a bit more work to do in the closing stage of this one. Now Ura has taken advantage of having saved a bit more fuel, and he goes through into the race lead against Thomas Le Boutelet. Miyazono's in 3rd. Gallo is into 4th position, ahead now of Jose Serrano, Kylian Drumont and Guy Barbara. So 7 cars in the battle for the lead with just under 6 laps now to go.
And Serrano was the big loser in that whole sequence there through the end of that last stint. He just lost that track position through the altercation down to turn 1, and now fighting for 5th here on the inside, back onto the banking through turn 6. He holds on to that over Guy Barbara, but he's got some serious work to do to get back to the pointy end of this field. It's gonna be a tall task to navigate himself back up to that lead pack. They've got a bit of a gap now, and then make some passes.
Yeah, it's starting to splinter off here, hasn't it, really, from being that 7-car battle. It's sort of gone from a 7-car down to 1 4-car battle, and then you've got that gap of about 7/10 of a second, but it takes that one moment, that one mistake, and it goes from that 4 right back up to that 7-car battle, especially if these top 4 start squabbling amongst one another. If they start knocking 7 bells out of each other, then you've got
well, you've seen that a bunch this race.
Exactly, that's what I mean. You've got a real battle on your hands, and I have to say, Valerio Gallo, I thought he was going to lose a bit of track position here, courtesy of having less fuel on board, but it's worked out really nicely for him, so maybe he underfueled his final stint. Maybe he just took a bit less fuel on board, and he's calculated this one a bit more accurately than some of his other competitors, and that's why he's into 4th place and didn't drop down right to the end of that train of drivers.
And he's got the benefit of riding here behind these couple of drivers, utilizing that draft. Maybe he can make up for a little bit of that difference here and then have enough to be able to strike later in those last few laps, because he knows he's timed out the fuel perfectly.
Plenty of time for things to change, but at the moment, Jose Serrano's lead would be whittled down to just 2 points going into the World Finals in Fukuoka in December. You can see just how close it is here in terms of the battles. And then that's the thing, though, for Jose Serrano, he's in P5. He's won both World Series events so far. But you can see just what a difference it would make if he only gets 2 points on the board here tonight.
25 laps in this race, 8 cars in the lead pack right now. This is anyone's race, especially if they get to start dicing it up and side by side anytime. All these drivers waiting for the chance to strike.
Yeah, that 4-way battle is starting to just get reduced down ever so slightly, because Jose Serrano is not too far narrow drift. He's only about 9/10 of a second away, which might sound like a fair bit of time, but it's definitely within the slipstreaming range, and he's got enough time to continue closing that deficit down. And look at that, in fact, he's now gone to 2/10 of a second, so yeah, exactly that. Yeah, Miyazono to the outside, Laboutelet in the middle, Ura on the inside, Gallo's there ready to try and pick his pocket as well. In we go to the first turn, Ura on the inside, Laboutelet on the outside then here, side by side with Serrano versus Miyazono in the background for position as well. Oh, Miyazono with a big lunge to the inside, contact, bang, into the side of Laboutelet. Serrano's going to get shoveled to the curb on the outside. That's going to cost him drive. It's going to cost him a place to Valerio Gallo and also Guy Barbara there as well. Miyazono's now through into second as we ride on board with him. Barbara is on the outside here. Well, I thought it might be a couple more laps before the gloves started to come off, but, well, they've come off and they're through in the kitchen sinking it already.
See, elbows out here right now as we go through the infield. Oh, a little bit into Barbara there from Drummond. Just a hip check as they got onto the banking right now. 3 wide here for the 4th position, and Serrano watches all this, just trying to navigate through it. He continues to lose positions.
Yeah, England is coming right into play for this one here as well. Guy Barbara's about 8/10 of a second off the back of these 7 drivers that are all fighting for the race lead. I say 7 drivers because Kylian Drummond has dropped back a little bit off of the top 3. It's about 1.3 seconds or so. So the sharp end of this one, Ura, he's trying to check out of this one here.
He loved what he saw behind him with all that jockeying position in 2 wide. It allowed him to gap out by 1.2 seconds. That's still within draft range, but Laboutelet and Miyazono have to get to work here, drafting with each other to get back to Ura.
Yeah, 3 to go then here as we come in towards the left-hander of turn 1. They've got to be sensible and smart about this one if they want to challenge for victory, and it would be a huge dent in the title challenge for Jose Serrano. I remind you, he won both World Series events in London and Berlin and has a 3-point advantage. That will be whittled down to 2 points as we go into the World Finals. So it's going to be a very tense time for Jose Serrano, I would imagine, in the cockpit of that car if he finishes in P5. But again, there's still a bit of time for him to try and turn around those fortunes.
And Paul Ura's just gotten 2 more tenths on that lead right now, up to 1.4 seconds. That's the biggest lead we've seen in this race yet, with just a couple laps to go. 1.5 now as they get onto the banking. He's doing exactly what we talked about, what we thought Jose Serrano was trying to do earlier, had the chance to do, and that is jet away from the field, get away from that draft, and see if you can get it to where they can't even get to you.
Up to nearly 320 kilometres an hour, over 320 kilometres an hour as we come in towards that chicane then. Laboutelet and Miyazono need to do everything they can to close the deficit down, because Miyazono and Miyazono rather, beg your pardon, and Laboutelet can see their chances of victory slipping through their fingers, because Ura is driving like he's left the gas on at the moment.
And look at him weaving, he's trying to avoid the draft. You're trying to break the draft by weaving a little bit through those sections there on the straightaway. It looks odd, but that's exactly what he's attempting to do.
Yeah, coming down in towards turn 1 then. So through to that left-hander we go. And it's ebbed and flowed so much for this race, hasn't it? Valerio Gallo was a little bit loose there in the first corner. That might leave him vulnerable to attack from Angelina Stroza. So Gallo's challenge for victory looks to have faltered somewhat in the closing stages, as it now has ebbed and flowed just a little bit more. And from what was a 7, nearly 8 car scrap a couple of laps ago, it's now reduced down to, well, one driver who's got a lead of about a second or so. Then you've got Miyazono and Laboutelet involved in their own scrap with one another, and you wonder again whether fuel might be coming into it. I mentioned about Valerio Gallo maybe under fueling a bit. Look at that, he's got 9 litres relative to some other drivers in front of him who've got 13, 14 litres, so they might be able to push that bit harder in the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, he didn't want all that tossing about that we had there, where they were running into each other and messing around. It really broke up the draft for him and put him in a position where he had to be not able to utilize the draft to stay up there track position wise, and so it's fallen back to 6. It just hadn't quite worked out.
Yeah, Paul Ura's played an absolute blinder in this race, though. Can he hold it, though, to the end is the crucial question. Look at the run that Laboutelet got on the exit there of the Le Mans chicane. He's going for the high line on the outside. It's a longer route around that corner, but he gets it back into the slipstream quite nicely there. Miyazono, as you said, trying to break that toe, I'm sure, before too long. Laboutelet goes for the outside line as they go 2 by 2 across it. 2 to go at the end of this one here. Laboutelet with the outside line for second. Miyazono on the inside, down in towards turn 1. Miyazono will have track position, but will he be able to hold it? Laboutelet is going to get hung out to dry on the outside here. And again, just one corner of battling, and look who's there in the background. Jose Serrano and Kylian Drumont. They are right away ready to start nipping at his heels for those podium places.
They're saying, we're back, we're here, we can see you. If you get side by side again, we're ready to strike. And I thought Leboutillet was trying to use the draft there to help Miyazawa get back towards Paul Ura, but he just didn't have the chance. He didn't work out. The timing was awkward there down the straightaway, and they actually lost a bit of time.
Yeah, so through on towards the banking we go once more. Here is Jose Serrano, the man who has dominated the GT World Series and the Nations Cup. You can see his compatriot at the sharp end of this race, just a second or so down the road, and you wonder whether the chance of victory has slipped through Jose Serrano's fingers here this evening in Los Angeles, because he's sitting P4. Anything can happen, but it's a tall order to be able to close that deficit down on a circuit as tricky and as reliant on the slipstream as this one, especially with the other drivers in front also having the advantage of that slipstream. So we come round the final corner, we come across the timing line, ready to start the final lap of racing in the Nations Cup. It's Ura, Miyazawa, Leboutillet, Serrano, Drumont, all separated by a very small margin in this battle for victory here at Daytona. Who will be claiming the checkered flag?
And they just cut a half second out of that lead for Ura right now. They're going to be right on his heels. They get back to the banking if they can stay right here. So Leboutillet into Miyazawa. Oh my goodness!
Miyazawa gets spun round. Leboutillet is hit into the side there as well by Kylian Drumont on the exit of the corner, so the Frenchman's race has really come undone, and you would imagine there's going to be a penalty coming the way of Thomas Leboutillet. It's opened the door though for Drumont. His compatriot walks straight through on the inside, and Miyazawa, the big loser in all of that, is he's dropped down into 5th place, and it's somewhat spread the field out in this battle for the victory then here. Ura's gap is now up to over a second with his compatriot Jose Serrano just a second or so down the road. Can Serrano invent something in the final sector of this race to challenge against Paul Ura's lead?
It's going to happen all down here at the Le Mans chicane. It's all about how you get through here. If it's clean and up to stuff, he'll be just fine here, just under a second lead, but still, even with that 8/10, 7/10, he should be fine.
Leboutillet with a 3-second penalty. That's his race done, and any chance of points going completely out of the window here tonight. What a shame there for Leboutillet, an even bigger shame though for Takuma Miyazawa, who lost out on a chance of challenging for that win. No such bother though for Paul Ura. He comes across the timing line to take a commanding victory. Paul Ura wins World Series 3 in the Nations Cup here in Los Angeles ahead of Jose Serrano. It's a Spanish 1-2 in LA ahead of Kylian Drumont, who completes the podium. What an absolutely phenomenal drive, and Jose Serrano extends his lead in the championship. If you remember, in the mid-stage of that race, we were talking about Jose Serrano in 5th place, possibly seeing his championship lead whittled down to just 2 points. He's managed to extend it against all the odds.
What a comeback by him through all those closing laps and navigating a lot of contact amongst many drivers, the draft. But what a drive by Paul Ura there to get to the lead and not relinquish it at all. Kept that gap just big enough. It looked like it was going to close up in that final lap, but when Miyazawa got spun, that gave him the gap that he needed to get away. And what a great day for the Spaniards.
Absolutely amazing job from Jose Serrano and also from Paul Ura as well to take a commanding victory. That was phenomenal. You can see what it means to him. Look at the exhaustion on his face. He really gave it his all. And you can also see Angel Estrada, Spanish-speaking Chilean driver, of course, coming up to congratulate the two Spaniards. Dominant performance from both of those guys here this weekend. And I have to say, going into the final phase of that race, it was anybody's guess as to how it was going to work out. But the deciding factor really was what happened between Leboutillet and Miyazawa. That spread the field out so much and just removed about 3 competitors in that battle for the win.
They had cut a half a second in that lap, leading to the final lap. They were right there. They were in drafting contention. They could have been right in the position to utilize the draft to make the pass. They're down in the Le Mans chicane, and with that, with them getting together, just took away any of that opportunity.
Absolutely. Well, here are the highlights then from this race. You can see it was a pretty interesting affair at the sharp end of this one. We saw drivers who started on the hard tyre at the back end of this. We saw Kai Brun going for a spin after some contact in the opening stages of this. We saw lots of battles for position and lots of changes for the lead as well. But there's nothing to get too excited about because, again, they were all sort of keeping their powder relatively dry, waiting for those pit stop phases to work out.
And I love that move by Serrano in that first pit stop.
It was cheeky, wasn't it?
Sneaky to the outside. had and then was able to take the lead on the exit of the pits.
Yeah, phenomenal job there from those guys. And as we came towards the final third of the race, that's where things really started to hot up for the likes of Gallo, Barbara and Stroza. The strategy that they called actually worked absolutely brilliantly because they were on the medium tyres whilst everyone else was on the hards in the mid-phase of it. And then they all ended up on the soft tyres in the closing stages of the race. It started to get a bit aggressive. We saw Miyazono having a bit of contact there with Thomas Laboutelet. Serrano got hung out to the dry on the outside. In the final phase, when everybody was on the soft tyres, we had at one point a nearly 8-car scrap in the battle for the win, and this was Laboutelet bang into the side of Takuma Miyazono, spinning him out of contention for the win. Jura going through to take a commanding victory ahead of championship leader Jose Serrano, with Kylian Drumont completing the podium in commanding style. What a great drive from Pol Jura. Absolute delight from the Spaniard, and no surprise at all. A maximum 6 points he scores here tonight in Los Angeles, ahead of Jose Serrano, who will extend his lead now in the championship up to 17 points with just one round remaining, the World Finals in Fukuoka. Points all the way down to 6th place. Drumont, Miyazono, Gallo and Barbara are your last of your point scorers, and there'll be disappointment for some drivers there, especially Thomas Laboutelet with that 3-second penalty after the contact on the final lap. Anyway, let's go down and catch up with Drumont and Serrano, 2nd and 3rd in the race here tonight.
No, we were like, we just need to get Pol. Pol's too happy, frankly, after that. How was that for you? Does it make up for Berlin?
Yeah, we corrected. Does it work, actually? Yeah. Does it work? Okay. Yeah. Well, the I'm stupid sentence is no longer available for me now. It's
cancels out.
Yeah, I corrected it, so I'm very happy.
Man, great watching with you guys.
I have no words. A win is always very good, especially after what happened in Berlin. I kind of redeemed. So it's a way to show or to prove myself.
Thanks again, Danny, for super chat, and don't be a stranger.
I mean, it wasn't. Everyone has a moment. We talked about this literally after Berlin. Everyone has their moments. They have their good weeks, their bad weeks. But I mean, that particular race was so. I mean, Miyazono and Laboutelet did you a bit of a favour because literally the top of the pack. You guys were just. We couldn't keep up. It was like backwards and forwards. But you just got that extra bit of gap and got away. So you should probably say thank you to them.
I mean, yeah, even at the beginning, it was hard for me to follow the group in the mediums. I don't know, I just couldn't find pace at all, but then I could still hang out by just a little bit. And then with the hards, I felt much more comfortable, and that's why at the end of the stint, I decided to go up to first with the help of the slipstream. And with the soft, I also felt pretty comfortable, so when I had a gap, I could keep it, though battles behind also helped me a little bit.
I mean, it was a great race to watch. Do you feel pleased now we got the back on the Spanish 1-2? You just switched around with Jose?
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1-2 for me and Jose, so I'm also very happy for him. We're teammates in Falcons esports, so for the team it's an amazing result. For him as well, I'm very happy, and also I would like to congratulate Kylian on the 3rd position.
Okay, let's give him a big round of applause. Our winner, Pol Jura. Back to you, Tom Parker.
Amazing job from Pol Jura, his first win of the season, and here are the points rankings then after 3 rounds of GT World Series in 2025. Jose Serrano now has 17 points, a 5-point cushion over Pol Jura going into the final round of 2025. Valerio Gallo drops down to 3rd in the standings there, though in front of Takuma Miyazono. Kylian Drumont, who gets his first podium of the year as well, in front of Takuma Sasaki, and Guy Barbara also stealing his first point of the year there as well.
And I thought it was a great comeback by Gallo there, starting at the back, utilizing that alternate strategy through different tires and then getting to the lead pack, and it just didn't quite work out in the final stint for him, but he put himself in such a good position. I think he could go away thinking that was a really good race.
Absolutely. Look, he could have started with nothing. He ended up with something.
Got it.
Can't be disappointed with that one, can you? Don't forget to vote for your Dunlop driver of the day. Is it Takuma Miyazono? Is it Pol Jura? Is it Valerio Gallo? We'll let you know on who is the winner of that one, but get onto YouTube and vote for who you think that is. We would love to find out, and we'll be awarding that one a little bit later on. I'm sure you'll be as excited to find out the results for that one as we will. Pol Jura, great job from him. His first win in a little while, actually, in the GT World Series, in the Nations Cup, at least. And as we say, he will be delighted. We heard him being delighted with that one, and we've got the podium celebrations to come very shortly as well. Commiserations, though, to a few drivers, namely the likes of Thomas Laboutelet and Kai de Bruyne. They'll be a bit disappointed with how their races all worked out. But without further ado, then, let's get the podium celebrations underway here in Los Angeles for the Nations Cup. podium celebrations here in Los Angeles, making his way onto the third step of the podium from France. It's Kylian Drumont.
You will open a lobby tomorrow.
Second place in the Nations Cup. Please welcome onto the stage from Spain, Jose Serrano. And the winner of the Nations Cup here in Los Angeles, please welcome from Spain, it's Paul
But I can do open lobby.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, your respect, please, for the national anthem of our winning nation for Spain.
Okay.
The national anthem of Spain plays out for Pol Ura, the winner of Gran Turismo World Series 3 here in Los Angeles. And as the three drivers stand on top of the podium, it's now time for the awards, the trophies to be presented in front of our live audience. Wenton New from Sony Interactive Entertainment makes their way on to the stage to award the third place trophy to France's Kylian Drumont.
Haha, yeah.
The second place trophy now about to be presented by Jeff Leon from Corsair Fanatec. He makes his way onto the stage to award it to second place for Spain. It's Jose Serrano. And the winner's trophy is presented by the Gran Turismo Series producer Kazunori Yamauchi as he makes his way onto the stage to present it to Spain's Pol Ura!
Yep, the butt. Yep.
And no choke win.
Well, yes. All anyone ever wants in life is vindication! That was amazing. I mean, like I said, we do like a little bit of spice in our races, and as always, I'm right.
That was really cool, really cool. Pol Ura there did a great job. That was awesome to see. I had so much fun. This was cool. The racing was so intense tonight. Unbelievable.
Yeah, we always say the cars might not be real, but the racing really is. And what an amazing debut for your GT World Series.
I know, that was a lot of fun. Thank you to all the fans in LA for showing out. We appreciate it. It was absolutely awesome to see this crowd. I love to see America enjoying racing of all forms. This was super cool.
Well, as you can see, that was the end of round 3. There's still everything to play for because, of course, the grand finals will be happening in Fukuoka. We are so excited to take you there. Don't forget, you can still get your tickets now. You don't really need an excuse to go to Japan, but if you do need one, this is the one.
It's perfect.
For a great reason.
Absolutely great.
You're all invited. You should all come, okay?
Come on out.
Yeah, come on out. We've had a great day racing. Any kind of final thoughts before we go?
Yeah, just amazing racing, from Nations Cup, Manufacturers Cup, it was all brilliant, as it always is in the GT World Series, just continues to deliver. I cannot wait for the World Final. It set us up an absolute treat.
It's going to be great.
Thank you to Gran Turismo for inviting me to do this.
Yeah.
I appreciate filling in for Jimmy. Tough shoes to fill.
Let's give a big shout for Parker, stepping in for Jimmy.
Thank you all.
Great job.
This was super cool, and the racing was just amazing. The drivers really rose up and put on an incredible show across all the races tonight. It was amazing to see how close they were, some of the battles, the decisions made. Absolutely awesome.
Well, we have loved having you here. Los Angeles, I've got to say, you've been spectacular as an audience. Give yourself a round of applause. We will see you next time for the Grand Finals in Fukuoka, Japan. Bye.
GN, my old friend. Sleeping symbol, good night everyone.
PlayStation
Night night.